Here's the plan for tonight's stream. I have spent the weekend working on something pretty cool. Last time we did an episode 0 for a game. Last time we did Xenogears. We went on to the Video Game Archive official site and worked our way through, in chronological order, the magazine pop-ups of every time Xenogears was mentioned. This works perfectly in the late 90s. It is the best way to dig into the history. It doesn't work so well for Hotline Miami 2, released in 2015. So I had to do a little bit of legwork. I had to do a little bit of planning and pulling together an itinerary for today. And here's what I've come up with. This is the timeline of Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number. This is every major headline, every major tweet, every major press release, magazine cover, trailer, preview, interview, piece of merch, everything compiled into one linear, start to finish, Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number timeline story. I locked in. So I've got a lot here. Some of it will go faster than others, but when we take this opportunity here to look into and lock into Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number, I wanted to go from the start, from its announcement, all the way through to release. Does Video Game History Foundation not have good coverage of 2000s mags, or are they still scanning? They have coverage. For example, I mean, I can show you. If we were to just go Hotline Miami 2. 1, they're still scanning. 2, the era just isn't as hot, you know, like by the time the mid 2010s rolled around, gaming legacy media, as far as print media is concerned, is not in the same standing as it was in the decades prior. We will touch into a couple of these magazines. I found a couple of magazine covers that Hotline Miami 2 was featured in, but by and large, this is scraping websites. Rock, Paper, Shotgun, Polygon, Eurogamer, IGN, Digital Spy, Rev3, if you remember Rev3, Games Radar, Game Reactor, VG247, etc., so on and so forth. It's a much more internet, Twitter era age of marketing. Really cool. It's really cool. So, with that being said, this is the style that I have landed on for the landing page of the Caprolog selections. I've made a table where you can understand if we had a front and back of a box, as well as cartridges or CDs or whatever, you would be able to click here and this image would change as a result. That's my plan. So you could go front of the box, back of the box, disc art, right? It doesn't exist for Hotline Miami being a digital release, but if you go right on to caprolog.com/005, you'll be met with title, original release platforms, developer, publisher, release date, blurb that is officially sourced from a press release or the back of the box, or something that is, I'm not paraphrasing, official language, official phraseology for these releases, game manual if applicable, and then a link to the full credits on Moby Games. that's my plan. And so my thought is to lift this and just plug it in to Pokemon, plug it into Might and Magic, plug it into Xenogears. So unless anybody has like major like hand raise, hey, I've got a problem with this, I think that it fits the style perfectly. It's a very gridded, at a glance key information, like landing zone for the stuff that you would want to know before digging into coverage and interviews and advertising and art and merch and any sort of other miscellaneous stuff. This is going to be what going to a Caprolog selection companion page will look like. So I hope you like it. Let me start then with November 16th, 2012. Oh, there is one other thing I want to do before we get into everything. I want to thank Wrist. If you were here during the Marble Roll, when I talked about backlogged reviews being something that we all want to ignore for playthroughs here. It's just not helpful. And frankly, it's a little annoying to me that when I pull up a list of games and I say, it could be Deus Ex Invisible War, and they go like, yeah, whatever. Sperminator 420 said, what's up, Peaches? That this game's bad, actually. Thanks, Peaches. Thank you. 24 months. Holy moly. Wow, we got there. Hey, happy 2 years, bro. Long story short, we created an extension that removes all the scores from every single game. So, going forward, when we're talking about games over here, you guys will not be able to see if people consider this game good or bad, because I'm telling you right now, it is irrelevant. It is irrelevant for what we are doing here. All I need to tell you is, you heard of Misericord Volume 1? Yeah, it's good, man. You heard of Xenogears? Yeah, it's good, man. You heard of Hotline Miami 2? Yeah, it's good, man. Bully? It's good, man. Might and Magic Book 1 Secret of the Inner Sanctum? That's good, man. So for everything, I removed reviews because for all intent, and you might be able to see them. Yeah, you see them for a second if you refresh the page. Irrelevant. We don't need it. I'm not interested. As far as I'm concerned, every game is good until proven otherwise. So let's start with Hotline Miami. Dude, it's Gaming of the Year every year. Hotline Miami released on October 23rd of 2012 by Denatone Games and Devolver Digital. We did a full playthrough of this game last summer. And I absolutely loved it. You know, it's a game that I think everybody has, if you have been around indie gaming, if you've ever bought a Humble Bundle in your life, you have probably messed around with Hotline Miami. I never beat it though. And so going back and beating it was huge for me. It was a game that I really, really, really adored, had a great time with. Hotline Miami 2 was announced sort of just matter-of-factly in a very funny way in an interview with Eurogamer for Hotline Miami 1 on November 16th of 2012. It was stated in this interview, just talking about the game, are you at least making your money back? Do you think you'll be able to fund a new game? Yeah, we'll probably be able to make a new game. And later on, it's asked, where is it? Looking at story DLC, will those cost anything or be smaller free updates? Jonathan Soderstrom said, I think we're going to do quite a big project. It will probably be about as long as the full game, so probably we'll charge something for it. It will be a sequel, kind of, but building on the story. Kind of setting the stage for literally 10 days later when on Twitter, of all places, Jonathan Soderstrom tweeted out, "Working while listening to the sweet tunes of a preliminary Hotline Miami 2 soundtrack that we've put together during the weekend." This is how Hotline Miami 2 was announced. It was just a offhanded 38 retweets, 12 like post in November of 2012, 10 days after an interview where they were like, "Yeah, we'll probably do a DLC." Soderstrom was like, "Hey, I Hotline Miami 2, we're pulling together the soundtrack." And immediately, people, as you would expect, reached out and spoke to, bet the Eurogamer story probably has more content, so you might be right. 16 comments on the Eurogamer story. Great game, hard as nails, defo, looking forward to more. Just a few days later, and I don't know, I didn't actually save this one. I blew it. I messed up. We'll go to page 240, maybe 240. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Let's go to page 200. Too far. Go to page 210. Too far. Infinity Blade is free for a week. Whoa, download it. Hotline Miami sequel announced. Hotline Miami creator Jonathan Cactus Soderstrom has officially revealed a sequel to his award-winning colorful killing spree simulator. The announcement came over Twitter, where Soderstrom said, "Working while listening to the sweet tunes of a preliminary Hotline Miami 2 soundtrack that we put together during the weekend." When asked if by we he meant himself and Hotline Miami guest composer indie game developer Jasper Byrne, Soderstrom clarified that he was simply referring to the studio Dennaton Games. "Music-wise, I'm not sure for the second game yet," he said. "Last time we had 9 different musicians doing the soundtrack. Looks like a couple of them might do more tracks for the sequel, but we've been looking at some other bands as well. Want to keep it fresh." Previously, they said in an interview it would be about as long as the full game. We asked if this DLC had been expanded into a full standalone game, to which he replied, "Yeah, it seems like it'll end up bigger in terms of the number of levels we've got planned than the first, so it feels reasonable to release it as a full game rather than a DLC. It might not be out for a while though," as Soderstrom added. "We've barely begun working on it. Still got things we need to patch with the first game, so that's our main priority right now." November of 2012. Literally a month and 3 days after the first game was released. The game kind of set the indie world ablaze, and 34 days later, he's just like, "Yeah, Hotline Miami 2, we're already working on it." It's just so chill. And if you remember the Hotline Miami 1 release promo situation with Dennaton Games, 2 people in Dennaton Games, by the way, Dennis Vedin and Jonathan Soderstrom. The 2 of them are Dennaton. Dennis, Jonathan, Dennaton. And Soderstrom in particular had been around the block for a very, very, very long time in the independent games world. Soderstrom worked under the name Cactus, and for years was invited to IGF, the Independent Games Festival, was a very well-known game maker and Flash developer, was good friends with J.W. Neiman from Vlambeer, and, Derek Yu, and Macmillan, and a whole bunch of stuff. You were looking at his old shit, it's really cool. And there's a lot of it, dude. Dennis and Jonathan Soderstrom met as a result of Dennis Vedin's band, Teenage Werewolf something. Hang on. What's the name of his band? Fucking Werewolf Asso. Dennis Vedin liked Soderstrom's work and asked if the two of them would collaborate on Keyboard Drum Set Fucking Werewolf. That's the name of it. Keyboard Drum Set Fucking Werewolf. This is the first Dennaton Games game. So the two of them started working together on games, and they were like, hey, we had a lot of fun. Let's just make an actual game. And that game turned into Hotline Miami. So the studio is very small. You will see in interviews going forward that they kind of talk about, like, if we had more than 2 people, it would drive us crazy. I think 2 people is the best size for a game development studio anymore, and you just get into a lot of problems very fast, which is very funny. But yeah, you're in the JW Neiman Discord. That's cool. Drop a link to the JW Discord. I'd love to be a fly on the wall, unless it's low key and private, in which case I understand. But after that really low-key announcement, they just laid low for months. They didn't talk about it. They were just in the mines patching Hotline Miami 1, as you would come to expect. An independent game just came out. Their debut game kind of had this rush of excitement and marketing and promotion and anticipation and accolades that maybe this small team did not expect at all. And as a result, they sort of just put their nose to the grindstone and worked on patching things, because I'm sure you can imagine it wasn't released 100% bug-free. But the game worked and it was cool and it's good. So for a good 7 months after that tweet where he was like, yep, we're working on Hotline Miami 2. It's going to be pretty cool, I hope. The soundtrack's good, at least. We got this tweet on June 11th, 2013. Somewhere on the outskirts of E3. Just the sickest post ever, man. Just Dennis Vedin drinking a beer with, in the background, Hotline Miami 2 wrong number on a Samsung 22-inch TV on the background. Hey, what's up, Axel? What's up? So cool, man. So cool. This, days before E3, on the literal outskirts of E3, in an Airstream trailer outside of the Los Angeles Convention Center, Devolver Digital had set up a press promotional, promo trailer where they would bring in press people from different magazines and online game outlets to do interviews with Devolver developers and publishers and staff, members of the publishing staff at Devolver, and just kind of chop it up inside an Airstream trailer. One of those had Hotline Miami 2 wrong number inside. Now, before I show Hotline Miami 2 wrong number, on the day that it was revealed, which was June 11th or June 9th? Hang on. Trailers, June 9th, I believe. June 19th. I'm sorry, 19th. there is one thing that I do want to show, which is important context necessary for this game. This will prove to be more meaningful than once thought. This is directly from the Hotline Miami Twitter on June 17th, 2013, and it is this trailer for Hotline Miami 1, which you may remember. Wear something fancy. Viewer discretion advised. For those that don't already know, Hotline Miami is a very brutal game, so if brutality, rubs you the wrong way, maybe not the playthrough for you. Here is the release trailer for Hotline Miami called Wear Something Fancy. Mind you, this is Hotline Miami 1. This is October 12th, 2012.
You have one new message. Saturday, 9.
April 7th, 1989 in Miami, Florida.
Hi, it's Kate from Miami Loves Dating Service. We have set up a date for you this evening. She'll be waiting for you at Southwest 53rd.
$10, not bad, huh?
As usual, make sure you wear something fancy.
Brutal. Okay, pay close attention. Because this is Hotline Miami 1. And you look at this video and you go, this isn't in Hotline Miami 1. I played the whole game. You go back and watch this after the game came out and you go, that wasn't anywhere in it. Incredibly cool to show off your game with footage for the game that just straight up doesn't exist in your game. Again, there's reason for this. So let's go back to here, this post, and let me turn this back on. There's one more I want to show. Oh, this one's yes, Hotline Miami 3, wrong number, would have been a funnier name, we failed. That's kind of funny. June 19th, 2013. Let's put the teaser trailer on for Hotline Miami 2, wrong number.
We're sorry, you have reached the number. We're sorry, you have reached the number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. We're sorry, you have reached the number.
Whoa, who are those dudes?
Or is no longer in service. We're sorry. You have reached error. Please check the number and try your call again. We're sorry.
There's that pig again.
You have reached wrong number.
There's that pig. And the same day, the advertising torrential downpour started. On June 19th, 2013, the first post, and I searched this. I searched YouTube sort by date, and I went chronologically. This was the true first look at Hotline Miami 2, aside from the trailer from Revision 3. If people remember, this was Adam Sessler's post G4 online gaming studio.
What's up, guys? Max here for Rev 3 Games, and it is day 2 of E3, the very tail end, and I'm in what I guess you'd call the Devolver Digital booth, except it's actually an Airstream trailer in a Hooters parking lot. I'm not making that up. I'm here with Dennis from Denatom Games, and you are the graphic artist for Hotline Miami 2.
Yeah.
Now, this is a game that I didn't know I was going to be seeing. Tell us what it's a sequel to Hotline Miami. Tell us what's up. What's new?
Yeah. So the main word for the game is expectations. I guess both from the players, what the sequel should be or should not be, but we also try to to include that within the story. So there's gonna be a bunch of new playable characters for this one, and they will all have different expectations and motivations and why they're doing what they're doing. And we're gonna try to tell a story in a different way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting to me. I'm just going to stop it here for a second. Obviously, Hotline Miami 2, coming off the heels of Hotline Miami 1, has this terrifying sense of heightened value out of nowhere. You've got two guys that made a silly little Flash game based on his band, right? And then they were like, we should make another game. They make Hotline Miami. They say in every single interview, it's just a game that we wanted to make. You know, we couldn't buy something like this, and so we wanted to make it because we would, if we didn't make it, we would want to buy it from somebody that did. And now the game is like huge. IGN has it in their top games of 2012. Everyone's talking about it. It really put Devolver on the map. I mean, they were doing stuff beforehand, but this was really Devolver's big breakthrough game as far as independent games publishing was concerned. Suddenly, everybody knows Dennis Vedin and Jonathan Soderstrom, and they're just two guys, you know? And so I think going into Hotline Miami 2, and you'll hear this a lot as we listen to more interviews, the main primary focus for Hotline Miami 2, if you were to boil it down to one word, it's expectation. Not only on a meta level where there's expectations from the press and from the accolades and from fans, but also internally you'll hear him talk about in more playable characters, each of them have their own expectations of a lot more grounded sense of identity as compared to the first game. So let's keep hearing him out.
Can you give us a hint or a tease of any of these new characters?
Yes. So in the demo that you will be shown to soon, it's gonna be two playable characters. So we have the Pig Butcher, which is featured in the first trailer we did for Hotline Miami 1. And the story for him is that it's this bunch of people that's doing a slasher 90s like Friday the 13th movie with a take of what happened in Hotline Miami.
Okay.
So the trailer for Hotline Miami isn't really the trailer for the game, it's actually the trailer for the movie. That's why it says based on true events in the beginning, because it is within the universe.
Oh my god.
And the second group is...
So hang on a second, this is really cool. I just want to highlight this for a second. They went back a year after the original game's release trailer, and everybody was like, where the hell is the guy in the pig mask? He wasn't in Hotline Miami at all. They went back to Hotline Miami 1's trailer and the first thing you see in Hotline Miami 2 is, what if some in-universe film director saw the events of Hotline Miami 1 and tried to make a video of his own exploitation version of the events of Hotline Miami 1 and recontextualize it inside the game. And that's why it says based on true events in the first one, by the way. I think it's such a clever way of kind of digging into your own history and saying, yeah, we can make that make sense later down the line.
Which is featured in the first trailer we did for Hotline Miami 1. And the story for him is that it's this bunch of people that's doing a slasher 90s like Friday the 13th movie.
What's up, Earth Nuggets?
Take of what happened in Hotline Miami.
Okay.
So the trailer for Hotline Miami isn't really the trailer for the game, it's actually the trailer for the movie. That's why it says based on true events in the beginning, because it is within the universe.
Oh my
What's up,
god.
Snow?
And the second group is called the Fans, or we call them the Fans.
This one's cool.
And it's a bunch of wannabe guys that wanted to be part of the whole masked vigilante movement of the first game, but they kind of missed it. And since Jacket pretty much killed all the Russian mobs, the phone calls stopped. Like, there's no point for the janitors to keep calling. But these guys, they keep wearing masks, driving around in their van, finding thugs by
What's up,
themselves
Hearts?
to beat up, and hopefully get enough like media attention that one day they might get that call. And they kind of symbolize as people that want Hotline Miami 2 to be exactly as Hotline Miami 1, like unlocking masks, getting phone calls, stuff like that. So they will be in there, but we don't want to make the same game again.
Okay. Did you guys had this planned all along though? Like this was a thing.
Yeah, we had made a rich backstory for ourselves while doing the first game, and just had a bunch of ideas what we wanted to do with the sequel. So yeah.
That's awesome. In terms of gameplay, have you added anything new, or is it just kind of the same thing, just expanded upon?
Yeah, expand upon. Like
Okay.
we're really happy with how the gameplay works for the first game, and we know people love how it works, like the pacing and the hectic feeling to it. So we don't want to add a bunch of bullshit because it's a sequel, just because you have to, like bullet time or leveling up or RPG elements, stuff like that. So it's pretty much just adding more weapons and more gore, of course, and
Good.
and also
What are some new weapons?
in the demo we have the chain.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of weapons I can't really talk about because then we'll give away new characters. You will see, we're gonna tease you with new characters that we get closer to release. But
man.
also giving more variations to the graphics, so all the different characters have their own kind of theme. So we have the Pig Butcher, he has of course like teenager he's fighting since it's a slasher. And the fans have these like low-life thugs. So it's just more of everything in terms to gameplay. So what we really want to like evolve is how to tell a story and how to give characters different motivations, and also try to evoke new feelings to the player, not just feeling disturbed and or awesome. It's still in there.
Well,
It's
I'm
not
sure
a
people
disturbing
really,
shit.
really
and-
chomping at the bit for this game. Like, is there gonna be a new soundtrack? Are you gonna add?
I love the fans idea. I love that one of the main components that they first show is they go Pig Butcher, who is a film director that saw the events of Hotline Miami 1 and looked at it and went, this is great. We got to make an exploitation movie out of this. There's got to be a way to make money off this. And so you have the Pig Butcher, whose whole character is like just the gross, commodification of violence, and selling it as a film. And you'll see in the another trailer, he's like a very sleazy film director. And then you have the fans, which is what they're named in the game, but they're also they're the connection point between just the idea of cult of personality, like standum, that sees something like this happen and want to be Jacket. And so you have their character, which is just kind of this gross, pathetic perpetuation of violence because they've propped it up as something cool instead of something disturbing and terrible. I'm just fascinated by these two core concepts. Now, granted, I haven't played the game yet. But as tent poles, as like archetypical tent poles for this story, extending the themes of the first game, I think that showing these two is the coolest way to do it. I'm all in. I wonder what their thoughts on the cosplay culture are. They seemed to really, really, really enjoy and celebrate fan art, cosplay, things like that. Because you have to remember, they're like independent game circuit guys. And so PAX and Rezzed and Fantastic Arcade, that's kind of like Jonathan Soderstrom's regular haunts, right? Independent Games Festival, all of that sort of stuff. And so to kind of get your own spotlight out of that and go like, wow, people are showing up in the jacket that Jacket wears and showing up in a motorcycle helmet. It seems like they welcomed it and celebrated it with open arms. I think the fans' representation as far as the game is concerned is a lot more about really just rubbing the nose in the people that didn't get it, Like, this is supposed to be shit, dude. This isn't supposed to be cool. Understand that the combo system and the bright lights are supposed to give you this false sense of cool, and then we rip it all away from you because this is gross. This game is gross, and it's fun in a video game sense, but I think doubling down on the like, do you like hurting people sense is really, really neat. I'm totally into it. What's up, Bahumoth?
Add new songs? 'Cause
Yeah, of course.
That was one of the best game soundtracks I've ever heard. So
Yeah, we're still sticking with the same vibe.
nice.
And there's a lot of artists coming back with tracks like Perturbator and Jasper and Moon. But also a lot of people have been sending us songs. Like, check out my band, it's kind of Hotline Miami. If you want to use my songs, do it. And found a bunch of really cool artists that way.
That's
so
awesome.
it's nice to have this community.
That's really sick too, that they just had a bunch of people send them songs, and as they were making the second one, they just like flipped through their Rolodex of emails from people trying to get their songs into the sequel, and they went like, yeah, this one's good, come on in.
Like, we give them exposure for having music in our game, and they give us awesome tracks that we never could do ourselves, and just enriching
Yes.
the experience.
Hey, what you guys are doing is pretty punk rock. Like, you guys are making it. Were you expecting the first game to blow up like it did? Or were you?
Yes and no.
Yeah?
Like, we were super happy with how the game turned out. It was exactly what we wanted to do, but we also know that it was a really difficult game, and it told a story in a kind of maybe in a different way than people are used to. Like, you have to invest a lot of yourself in while playing that game, like frustration and stuff like that. So we were kind of thinking that the wouldn't appeal to the big masses, but it did, and we're super happy with that. It's awesome feeling.
When is Hotline Miami 2 gonna come out? When people get it in the hands?
We don't have a set date, but we're aiming for late 2013 at least.
Oh, awesome. That's good news for the internet.
I
but
heard about that.
Yeah, no, people love
What's up,
that.
Jay? How you doing?
Well, thank you so
Yeah, obviously I don't know what the payment situation was. I haven't read anything. There's an interview coming up with a new artist that was brought in for Hotline Miami 2 that I actually didn't get a chance to read before starting the stream. I feel like that's a Devolver thing, though, ultimately, right? As far as licensing music is concerned, I don't know. I don't have any context as to any artist that was featured in Hotline Miami 1 or 2. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think it's reasonable to lean on the side of optimism here as opposed to pessimism. We can't just like take one throwaway line that he said in an interview for Revision 3 and pull the pitchforks out, is I guess what I'm saying. So we don't know. I have no idea. I know that Moon did a Reddit AMA, and see, and now Earth Nuggets is going vigilante mode, and this is what I didn't want. And this is the problem, man. Because once Earth Nuggets goes vigilante mode, then, oh man, now I'm stuck. Call off the dogs. I got another trailer here. This one's from GameSpot. And you're going to hear a lot of similar language being used in each of these, but I think each interviewer brings much louder. Each interviewer brings their own take to the interview to the table. And so we may not watch this entire thing because the next one I really, really like. This was 2013. Yeah.
So Hotline Miami 2 is about expectations. It's a sequel, so a lot of players and press and everyone playing it has a lot of expectation, what it should be, what it shouldn't be. It's also wanted to incorporate it into the game, so all the characters in the game have their own expectations and their own motivations and dream and what they want out of their part in the game. There's going to be a lot of playable characters for this one, not just one. They will all have different stories, and yeah. So in the demo,
the game capture is really nice in this one.
The final game. The first one is the Pig Butcher that we showed in the first trailer we did, and his story is about this film crew doing their own version of what happened in Hotline Miami 1, but they turn it into this 90s slasher movie like Friday the 13th, and Pig Butcher is the the main character in that one. So the trailer that is for Hotline Miami 1 is actually the trailer for the movie. That's why we state based on true events, because it is within the universe. And the second group you will be playing as is we call them the fans. So they want to be part of this vigilante movement that happened in the first game, but they kind of missed it. But they hope and think there's somewhere out there there's still guys doing these phone calls. So
It's a very similar interview.
driving around
As
in their
I'm
car
sure you
wearing
can
masks,
imagine, he's been doing like
beating up thugs that
30
they
of
can
these a
find,
day.
like
Why
low-life
c-
thugs, robbers, and drug dealers, and hopefully get enough attention from
why
media.
can't I?
So
There we go. There it is.
that,
And now it's gone again.
They will one day get that call and be part of the whole vigilante movement. So the fans, they symbolize as people that want Hotline Miami 2 to be exactly like Hotline Miami 1. Like you collect masks and you get phone calls and stuff like that. And so you unlock masks for the fans, you unlock new characters, and for the Zebra, for example, his perk is that he can jump through windows, so you can enter a stage from different angles.
That's
You don't
cool.
have to move, through the front door, and in the same way he can jump through windows within the stage, like do shortcuts and stuff like that. So we really worked on, because there's only 4 characters of the fans, so we really tried to make their perks really different and cool.
So it's not only the fact that the fans are the people that didn't get the message of the first game. The fans are kind of like a tongue-in-cheek making fun of people that would go into Hotline Miami 2 wanting it to be the exact same thing as Hotline Miami 1. Like, the whole narrative conceit of these characters isn't it kind of sad that these people are waiting around wanting the sequel to be the exact same thing as what they already did? When are we going to get our phone calls? When are we going to unlock the masks? My friend who loves these games is that guy. And this, mind you, is the first time this game was shown ever. And that's really what I want to focus on. They were not shy about their narrative and mechanical ambitions of the game. All of this was spelled out and laid out, and obviously if you run into that when you play it without seeing any of this, that's one thing, but that's why I like to show this stuff, because I do think that it's important to get this context. Because at the time, they were not shy about the fact that Hotline Miami 2 in no way is going to be Hotline Miami 1 again. We don't want to make that. We're not interested in that. And down to the fact that a entire archetype of characters, 4 characters in the game, are called the fans. And they're just there to be the people that missed the boat the first time around. And so they're just desperate to relive the events of the first game. What's up, Taro Shard?
So the reason why we did a sequel is we had a lot of backstory when we were doing the first game, and just us talking about like characters that could be, or what is this character really about and stuff like that. So we started doing another game right after Hotline Miami, but we couldn't stop talking about Hotline Miami 2, and we felt like it's a really good idea and we can make a really awesome game about it that has a purpose, like both for the story for the first game, but also for us, like trying to evolve and how we can use the gameplay and how we tell the story in the first game and try to do something different. Like you try to make people feel other like emotions, not just being freaked out by
A lot of
all the
guys.
gore and like feeling uncomfortable. We want to try to add other emotions like sadness and yeah.
Top on Miami, dude. You hear those tunes? They're awesome, Taro Shard. I think it's worth giving them a go.
expectations for the sequel. We don't really want to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for the first game, and we don't think about it for the second one. We know what we want to make out of the game, what it should be about, and how it should be played, and the story, and we're gonna stick to our guns, and that's what we did with the first game, and I think
And so
people will love it.
I think this is an interesting part too, because, you know, they talk about this game being expectations and outside expectations of their work. And so GameSpot now asked, what about your inside expectations and how that might morph the game outward? And they're like, we're really just going to keep making what we want to make. And you'll come to find that that led to a very divisive game. Ultimately, like was just said, Nancy, by your friend, who is the guy that played Hotline Miami 2, and when I just wanted I wanted the first game. I'm one of the fans, man. I'm sitting on the couch waiting for my call. Give me a new mask. Get me in there. Get me into an apartment. Just killing Russian mobsters. And it seems they were pretty dead set on... Even the title Wrong Number implies expectation anxiety. Yeah, it seems like they were pretty dead set on not letting financial expectation or complacency dissuade them from making what they wanted to make. Which, at the end of the day, I say this a lot as we play games. When I play a game, I'm going to have fun either way, because ultimately, to me, the only person I care about if they liked it or not is the person that made it. It's like, I didn't make it. I'm just here having a good time. I'm celebrating what somebody else made. And if they were happy with it, that's cool. And if they weren't happy with it, maybe I can be the person that, gives a little bit of perspective to make them go, you know what? We kind of were cooking with that a little bit. I look back on it, I'm kind of bummed out, but maybe we did have something going there. And so to hear them say straight up that, just like the first game, this is for them. This is them taking the ideas from Hotline Miami 1, expanding it in all of the ways that they find interesting to expand, and releasing a bigger and more definitive version that is the finale of the Hotline Miami saga, which is another thing that comes up here a lot and we'll look at in interviews. People are still asking for Hotline Miami 3, and you'll see multiple times throughout the night that they keep saying repeatedly, we're never making another one of these again. This is the grand finale. If you want to make a Hotline Miami 3, make it yourself. We'd love to play it. We're done. We don't want to do another one. That's it. From the jump was like, this is it for us. And, who knows? Maybe they'll have like an LCD sound system moment where 7 years later or 10 years later, they go, maybe we still got one more in us. But after, yeah, maybe they'll have a Kevin Smith moment and go, hey, you know what? Maybe we still got one more in us. But for now, for the sake of this game, this was meant to be finality.
Of course, there will be people that is gonna say this and that, or it's missing this, and I wish you did that. But there's no point. Like, what can we do? We can only do the things that we want to do, and I think a lot of people that love the first game will love the second game. The gameplay is intact and stuff like that. So this sequel is the last game of Hotline Miami. This is the rest of the stuff that we want to tell people, and this is the rest of the story that we have. So we feel like this will pretty much wrap it up in a way. We'll still give players loose ends and make the story vague so people can talk about it afterwards, because that's what we loved about the first game, and like give people an experience that they have to think about and evaluate and like put your own personal stuff in. So that will be the same with the sequel, but it will have an end, a proper end.
Hotline Miami 2 revealed. First look preview from Digital Spy. This is the series finale. Hotline Miami 2 technically wasn't at E3 this year, or at least not in the Los Angeles Convention Center like the rest of the show. Instead, it was hidden away in a trailer, parked in a lot across the street from the main festivities, with only hearsay and vague whispers suggesting that a playable build of the game was nearby. The attempt to subvert a traditional E3 game reveal seems fitting for Hotline Miami 2, after the first game subverted many players' expectations with a message behind its gory psychedelic rampage. For Hotline Miami 2, developer Denison Games is bringing their game world into the 90s, with Hollywood picking up on the first game's story of masked murdering vigilantes for the new teen slasher film script. The idea actually traces back to the first live-action trailer for Hotline Miami, starting with the lines based on a true story and featuring a character in a pig mask. In a weird bit of meta-narrative, the trailer for the first game now becomes a trailer for the in-game film that players will act their way through in Hotline Miami 2, and the playable film will introduce a new protagonist going by the name Pig Butcher. An early Pig Butcher level was shown at E3, featuring the same top-down perspective and brutally quick combat from the first game as he fights through a building full of mafia thugs. However, Pig Butcher's level differs in how the level ends. Instead of trudging through a house of corpses like the first game, it appears that Pig Butcher is preparing to rape the level's sole survivor before the screen fades to black. When the lights come back on, their corpses are replaced by actors smoking on their break. Members of the film crew are vigorously scrubbing fake blood from the floor for the next scene, while the director comes out to discuss the scene with the actor playing the Pig Butcher. It's a surreal shift in tone for the demo, and promises that the story in Hotline Miami 2 will still be just as capable of surprising players as the original. Now, this scene in particular, being the first thing shown for the game, will come back to bite them in way more ways than one. But there was a retrospective Hotline Miami 2 talk that Dennis Vidin did at Maze 2015, kind of outlining the idea of putting something as just grotesque as this in the opening of their game. And their idea, metatextually, is that when you look at sequels to films known for gore and violence and shock value, and they outlined 3 movies in particular: Kick-Ass, going to Kick-Ass 2, The Hills Have Eyes, the 2000s one, going into The Hills Have Eyes 2, and Rob Zombie's Halloween. Very often in Hollywood, when confronted with the idea of where do you go next as far as exploitation and shock value horror is concerned, a lot of Hollywood types lean into the sexual violence aspect, where when you run out of gore to show, the thing that you show next in Kick-Ass is assault. And in opening the trailer for the game this way, in a meta-narrative way where the Pig Butcher's levels are a commentary on turning Hotline Miami, which is a cautionary tale, anti-violence, about being lulled into this sense of psychedelic stupor and trance state with violence only to be ripped out of it. The first level of the demo being ending with this assault, sexual assault, only to be pulled out, is their way of saying, we're not going this route. Rest assured. You know, this Hollywood guy, this scumbag director that's making the teen slasher version of Hotline Miami 2 might think to go this route, But we're not about to go this route. It's not what we're interested in. It's not what we think makes for good commentary. And it is a cheap tactic to enhance the themes of violence and exploitation. Unfortunately, it wasn't handled very tactfully. And as you will see, and rightfully so, people started to come out and have conversations where they were like, you kind of handled that poorly. And they had an interview where they're like, yeah, we kind of handled it poorly. But it kind of diffused itself because, oh, it's a movie, there's an actress. Yeah, well, I'll show, there's one specific hands-on a little bit later that gets into it. But I do think it's an interesting... While we're talking about subversion left and right, the subversion of the sequel, the subversion of the franchise, the subversion of violence, the subversion of the fans, to kind of say, at a glance, if we were taking the cheap way out, we would just make Hotline Miami 2 more depraved. But we're not going to do that. The Pig Butcher film was only half of the demo, though, as Denneton also showed a second playable faction who are simply called the Fans. The Fans are a group who, as Dennis Vidin put it, wanted to be part of the whole masked vigilante movement that happened in the first game, but they kind of missed it. The Fans still wear animal masks, with a leader wearing a tiger mask he claims to be one of the original masks worn by the first game's protagonist. Playing as the Fans will offer a more traditional Hotline Miami sequence, as players collect masks that each grant unique abilities. There's the Tiger Mask with powerful punches but unable to use weapons, or a Zebra Mask that lets people leap through windows to open new routes through the level. Vidin said it's a conscious effort to have the fan levels play like the original game to act as a commentary of the game's own fans. They kind of symbolize people that want the sequel to be exactly as the first game. Unlock your mask, get your phone call, walk the long way back to the car after you killed everybody. It'll all be in there, but we didn't want to make the same game again. So we're going to try and tell a different story with the structure that we have. That is Hotline Miami. There are going to be a lot more characters than just these two factions. There will also be a lot of different storylines that will alternate between each other. Each faction will have their own theme to the enemies. So for Pig Butcher, you have teenagers, since it's a slasher, and the Fans will have thugs. And also, which weapons are available will give characters to each stage. Oh, also, which weapons are available will give character to each stage, so there's more variation than just Russian mobs. Vidin was adamant throughout the demo that 2 will be the last game in the series, with the idea of finality being a central theme. This is the final Hotline Miami. This is it. We tried to do a comment on the whole concept of everything ends eventually. So for the characters in the game, they will all meet the end of maybe their lives or their mission, and try to discuss how we can cope with the feeling of reaching the end of something. The ideas for this game we had during the first game. We did a lot of backstory and adding content just to make the universe rich for us while doing it. So we always felt that we wanted to do a sequel, and this game has all of those ideas, story-wise and also gameplay-wise. We feel like this is what we want to say with the franchise, which I'm just so excited about conceptually. I think it's going to be really great. I've got another interview here that does touch on something a little bit different from the same day, which is talking directly about something that I was very excited to hear. This is the end. This is the grand finale. Everything ends. The theme for the whole game. It has that sadness. All good things end. Ba 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 ba. Trailer is actually trailer for the in-game movie. That's why it says based on true events. Ba 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 ba. It's a way of portraying the story for the first time in somebody else's eyes. Some people saw the first game as a horror movie where Jacket was mentally ill. He was a psychopath. We wanted to, in a way, let someone else do his own version of it. The director gives enough twists to it and makes it into this B-slasher movie that some people saw it as. Just before the douchebag director, quote, jumps out to lecture the film's actors. The fans, that want Hotline Miami 2 to be exactly like Hotline Miami 1, they're hardcore fans who take it too far. This is people who just want to play a fun game don't have to take part in the story if they don't want to. But people who love stories and details can find a lot of that just by watching. Since it's a sequel, we added more gore, more graphics, and weapons and stuff like that. But this is the takeaway. we're really trying to give each stage a personality and more backstory instead of just random apartments. And this is exciting because Shiny Starmie left a comment on the Go to Quest time capsule for Hotline Miami 1. If you want to catch up, you can check it out in the time capsule, which should be popping up right now. I don't know why it isn't. What happened here? Hang on. Where are all my commands? All my commands got taken away. Oh, god damn it. No, my computer had an update and turned off, and I don't think it saved all my commands. It has all my actions. It just doesn't have all of my commands. That's really annoying. All right, let me just copy and paste it because I have the... I just have to make them all again. It's annoying work. It really is. But there's the post itself on the time capsule. It was not posted. It's not. It isn't posting at all. All of the timers are gone too. That sucks, man. I gotta do all of that again, dude. Come on. Oh, that kills me. Oh, man. I came into my office today and the computer was on the boot screen and I was like, that sucks. Why is that? Shouldn't be happening. And I just found out why. All the commands are here. It's just the all of the actual actions are here. So like, you know, I have the Pizza Wednesday one, I have the list, I have the roll, I have everything that's correct. But the commands are gone. That sucks, dude. That really sucks. All right, well, that's work for me to do. I'm excited about this. I'm excited about giving each stage a personality and more backstory. I'm going to show a couple of tweets later on that are very specifically leaning into this because I think that this is something that they were very excited about and very proud of. Because Hotline Miami 1, pretty cool. They had this arcade-driven apartments, kill Russian mobsters inside these apartments and work your way out. Hotline Miami 2, they're trying to go more for the stages have personality and backstory, and there's lore, and there's tidbits, and there's details. So you can expect in my playthrough, we'll have more of a dedicated effort in really absorbing the details of the rooms and the levels. I think it's one thing that I very specifically want to touch on as we play through this. And that's pretty much, I have more for June 19th, but it's a lot of rehash. Rock, Paper, Shotgun, a lot of people having expectations about what a sequel should or shouldn't be. Bunch of playable characters in this one. They all have their motivations and expectations about what their part of the game will be or should be. Eurogamer. We want to play with that emotion that all things end. How do you cope with finality? It's also the end for the characters in the game. They'll all meet their end, either of their lives or their dreams or their mission. And we want to tell different stories about how you cope with that feeling. This one is one that we can circle back to for sure. This is another Rock, Paper, Shotgun that was asked. Hotline Miami 2, multiplayer? Nope. Map editor? Hopefully. Dennis Vidian, if he and Cactus were feeling the pressure of Hotline Miami 2 multiplayer. No, he immediately fired back. We are focusing on single player and telling a story. Maybe multiplayer could be a DLC in the future or something else, wanting to do a patch or something, but it's not our focus. As far as a level editor, however, we are working on it. We hope to. Like, of course, everyone's asking us for an editor, so of course we're trying to do it. We're seeing if we can make it work, get it usable for normal people. And we'll circle back to that later. One final one from June 19th, and then we enter a lull for months. This is violence may be the only sure thing in Hotline Miami 2 wrong number. Do you enjoy hurting people? Do you like hurting other people? That introspective line of dialogue was but one of the remarkable moments in the original Hotline Miami, last year's ultra-violent indie hit. Expectations, as we've already heard. The fans, the iconic animal masks. To unlock masks, you get the phone calls, ba 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 ba. It all harkens back to old school games, Mega Man, Ninja Gaiden, Contra. They punish you, and you feel like you're the worst gamer in the world, but as you keep playing, you learn and you get better. You get a certain vibe with the game. Dying in a video game is part of the whole experience. You don't feel angry because you died. You just feel like, let's do it again. This time I might get a little further. There's one more in here that I want to find. Here we go. Expect the same screen-crawling brutality. Yes, the iconic animal masks are back, but they've evolved into characters all of their own, rather than just the multiple personas of the same deranged man. Pig Butcher, for example. Instead of just adding volume for the character masks, we tried to make them characters and make each ability more diverse. The ed individually starts right from the get-go with the Pig Butcher, a swine skin wearing psychopath who acts as the killer in a campy slasher flick. The filming of his unnerving teenage slaughter scenes double as the game's tutorial. The tutorial in the first game was pretty shitty, laughs Vedine. We pretty much added it because we had to, so we tried to do something more interesting with Hotline Miami 2 by incorporating it into the story. I think that's funny, because if you remember, if you think back to Hotline Miami 1, and you think back to the tutorial, it's just like you and a homeless guy behind a dumpster, and he's teaching you how to punch, right? And it's like this dream sequence sort of thing, and then you just wake up or you throw up and then move on. It's pretty funny. The fact that they were just admit to the fact that, like, yeah, we just kind of put it in there because we felt we had to. The fact that they're incorporating it into the story, I think, is emblematic of a whole, where the whole story is the mechanics feed into the gameplay, which feeds into the mechanics, which feeds into the themes, which feeds into the story, which feeds into the mechanics, which feeds into the, it's all, the tapestry is a lot more tightly knit in a way that I'm really excited to dig into. And that was E3 2013. In their little booth, they announced Hotline Miami 2 wrong number, and we didn't hear more for a little while. At the end of June, there was a little touch where at Rezzed 2013, we got a taste of a little bit of gameplay in the form of an 8-minute video here at Rezzed. And you might remember this shot from Hotline Miami 1. If anybody keenly remembers the Hotline Miami 1 companion prep kit, where on that same white background, they had Hotline Miami 1 and these little console computer kiosks set up to play Hotline Miami 2. This was the first time anybody got the opportunity to see uncut, raw gameplay of Hotline Miami 2. This was just the shot of Midnight Animal. And so you're going to see this first trailer. Here's the Pig Butcher going into this level where they teach you how to knock them out, hold shift to look around. You can look through this world. You can, we've been here. It's Hotline Miami. We know it. These are the teens in this slasher flick. Swing weapon with left mouse button. One thing that I don't know if we'll get to in interviews of this, which I think is really cool. There are little narrative ideas in Hotline Miami 2 that you have to be paying pretty close attention in order to have them pan out, or have the developer say it in an interview and you overhear it. The teens in the slasher movie version of the Pig Butcher levels. I want you to pay attention to this guy on the right, because he does something that no enemy in Hotline Miami 1 does. Ready? In order to nail and land the slasher flick vibe, some of the enemies in the Pig Butcher levels might run away, which is something that no enemy did in Hotline Miami 1. You didn't have enemies run away. The AI was not planned to run. And I think it's cool that it's very subtle, and it's very like blink if you miss and you'll miss it. It's very like when you're in the flow state, you might even not recognize it at all. But again, I do think that it's emblematic of thematics, where in this slasher version of the retelling of Hotline Miami 1, these enemies are teenagers that are scared of the Pig Butcher, and so they might run away. And I think it's really neat. And then we have, I want to go to the fans. You don't get some rest. I'll see you both tomorrow. And you can see, again, like they say, everybody just smoking cigarettes, hanging out. You cut back and they're just standing there because it's a film script, whatever. All right, here we go. Man, this party stinks. I fucking hate these people. Who invited all these morons? What do you guys think about tonight? You gonna do it? I don't see why not. I'm sick of this shit. Yeah, let's do it. The weapons were in the car, right? So we're actually doing this? Yeah, let's go do this. And so you get this idea of these are like a bunch of fans, friends hanging out in a little flop house, and they're going out and doing their own copycat crimes of Hotline Miami 1. I think it's so neat. And we're going to come back to this shot in particular because this is a idea that they'll talk about a lot, where each environment is telling more of a story. Like a band setup, they have an operations table where they might have blueprints laid out for this next heist. You know, they had guys throwing up in the back, but you'll get more story understanding by kind of combing the environments a little bit more, which I think is really cool. And, you know, the rest of it is Hotline Miami. So, here we go. Here's that tweet from July 25th, 2013. I'm excited to play it, Axel. So much stuff in this Hotline Miami 2 wrong number screen. It's ridiculous. Official promotional material from July 25th, 2013, just going to show this is what they are proud of. The environmental density is a very big part of the equation for them, right? You have all these fans sitting around, hippo mask, panda mask, people sitting here having a couple of drinks. You got swan masks, the bear, the Tony the Tiger, the zebra. And everywhere you look, you can dig in and kind of... And that's fucking werewolf, maybe. Game consoles and shit. And then the 50 Blessings logo all over because they're just like acolytes of this group from the first game. The janitors that were calling you and forcing you to do everything in the first game. It's really cool. And the fact that, you know, in their official promotion, they were hyping this up, right? They were tweeting a lot at like fans and doing like Hotline Miami 1's on sale and things like that. Very rarely were they posting a picture of their game and saying like, work on Hotline Miami 2 is coming along great. There's a few instances, But I think the fact that one of the few times they do it, not once but twice, we'll come back to this later, is I think it's very important to just get a feel for what they're excited about. Again, you can see the blueprints on the table there. And I wonder how those blueprints line up, if they do at all, in terms of detail. But super cool. Super, super, super cool. Now, this is a moment that I want to go to and talk about, because this is something I referenced a little bit earlier. Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number, hands-on. Last year, a top-down melee machine of a game was released. It was neon, vibrating, and crushingly violent. You could feel the crunch of your avatar's crowbar up your arms. The blinding flash of an insulin rush mashed every 80s-styled henchman into a pulp with a selection of throwaway weapons at super speed, the rhythm of the soundtrack, the tap of the restart button, the puzzle of stealth assassination mixed with your own keen will to clean the room, to the beat. That was the beauty of Hotline Miami. Playing Hotline Miami 2 is darker, murkier, grubbier. The simple elegance is complicated by the pressing of an embroidered narrative into what is an overstitched kill complex. The environments are more visually detailed, the suits more splattered, and the rooms more cluttered. The weapons are slightly more exotic. I picked up a chain at one point, certain of my brutality. But previously, your descent into gangster hell was a little tourniquet holding the levels of Hotline Miami together. Now it seems like the characters are, in an unwelcome way, attempting to leap from the screen. Different characters take the lead now, each with their own killing style, and the first up is Pig Butcher. This is August 15th, 2013, and you're starting to get a feel for the dissenting opinion here, where, in the past, the story was a little bit of a thing that you just kind of paid a little bit of attention to, that was just holding the levels together, and the level was the momentum. Now it seems like they're doing a character thing where they're making them leap from the screen. It's a little unwelcome. You're starting to see the divide a little bit. And I think it's interesting, but the more interesting thing about this hands-on comes a little bit later. Finishing up the tutorial, I'm certain that I'm playing more of the game I like. No, love. I've wiped the place of guys, watched them crawl around hopelessly into their own guts. I get to the final room. There's a girl that seems germane to hit like the other dudes. Finish her, the game says. I feel conflicted, but it'll be over soon. I stroll up to finish the job. Instead, the control is taken from me by the game, and my character, the Pig Butcher, pins her down and drops his trousers. I'm on the floor of Res 2013. It's a place where I feel welcome, a quiet place where my friends and colleagues chat smiling in low voices, but now a sense of alienation is creeping over me. I feel resentment. This is what the hordes of gamers who constantly hound the academic Anita Sarkeesian, creator of Tropes vs. Women in Video Games, barrage her mailbox with. The whelps of wretched stomach lining. This is how they feel when someone points out that games are sexist. Oh man, this is it, I think. I'm feeling betrayal. I feel betrayed by something I love. I feel betrayed. And talking about earlier, we understand their ideas for putting that scene into place. It is a sense of saying, this is not the Hotline Miami 2. This is not what we want this game to be, but if we were hackier and grosser and, just cheaper as far as thematic evolution, this is where we might go. But when you're on the floor of a game festival and you're kind of paying attention, there's lights and there's sounds and your friend is talking to you and you're looking over and you're going back and you're pressing spacebar because you think, okay, this is what you do to do a kill scene. We know this, it's Hotline Miami. And the character gets down on all fours and you see his pants drop. It's probably not the time or the place to advance these themes, advance this thematic idea. At least not in the scope of a full title. Stay with me while I dissect these feelings. I certainly want someone to blame for this betrayal because it hurts that something I enjoy so much. What the hell is that? Percy, what the hell are you doing? I think Percy just had a nightmare and started biting this box and then woke up. I had no idea he was even in this room. Are you okay? Come here. Good morning, Percy, man. It's okay. You had a nightmare. Percy had a bad nightmare just now. He had a real bad nightmare. I've never heard you like that before. Are you okay? You're good, pal. Minky Moo, you want to come in here and open the door and he can run out? No. Oh, he drives me crazy sometimes. Now I got cat hair all over me. I'd like to blame Sarkeesian for making me aware that this happens in the games I like. It isn't her fault. It starts to make me feel hypocritical. You liked the violence, I think. You liked, as the game says, hurting people. Why do you feel ugly now for playing a game where your character rapes a woman? It isn't even graphic, it's implied. These are pixels, Kara, just pixels. And I don't want to, minimize or take away from the 12-year-old lived experience of this writer. And I understand how in that environment it can be triggering and just depraved and make you feel gross and betrayed and like the world is not safe. But I don't think that this is by design, right? I think it wants to make you feel hypocritical to a certain degree. And which isn't saying that the developers are mocking you, but I think that it's more nuanced than that. It's because I identify as a woman. The woman in this game was exoticized by her tokenism. No male character in this scenario was singled out. It's made my safe space, where I'm a powerful thug who isn't accountable to anyone, no longer safe. Which I think is the themes of the whole thing. I've been forced to identify with the one person that the game has given no agency. My agency has been removed not only from Pig Butcher, but agency was never given to the woman I now identify with, not even AI. Your arsenal has expanded. Hotline Miami managed to convey seediness well in 2 dimensions. Color palette's the same too. How can you enjoy yourself in a game if you're the victim of every brutal crime and not the perpetrator of them? Which is a good thought. A horrible question. Given the fact that this is the only female character you interface with in any respect in this demo. They don't have female characters that are just people around. They don't have female characters expressed as one of the fans. It's just this character that is used as a stand-in for, we could make this grosser if we wanted to, but we won't. So I understand. It's about freedom power, who gets to say those things. Sexual violence at the end of that tutorial will single out 1/5 of the female audience who've experienced sexual violence. I'm thinking about them when I turn back to the game. Pig Butcher drops his trousers, and the director at the side of the screen yells, "Cut! Pigman, well done. But don't be afraid to be rougher. And you there, Blondie, you need to work on your femininity. Act more helpless and scared, more girly." But this framing comes too late. Hotline Miami 2 has already used her for shock and power. Video game women don't get very many other roles to play but the helpless damsel, and I played the rest of the excellently constructed Murder Simulator demo in silence, left feeling uncertain of why I was so upset. And it was because I was manipulated. I understand, and I, to a certain extent, agree. But I think the manipulation isn't mean-spirited towards the player. It's mean-spirited towards just a resentment of the zeitgeist of what it means to be exploitative. And That's my takeaway from having read a whole lot of stuff on this and considered this for a long time over the weekend. Have I played Hotline Miami 1? Yes, we played Hotline Miami 1 over last summer. And in fact, I uploaded the videos in the time capsule early, Joshy. So if you go to the YouTube Goated Quest time capsule, they are up and ready to go if you want to watch my playthrough. So I put them up. It took me 4.5 hours to play through. Really, really loved it. And going into Hotline Miami 2, I can't wait to see what they come up with. But again, this comes up many more times. When you talk about game marketing and promotion and lead up and release, missteps like this in how you frame something like that, in how something like that can be, and sexual assault, the rape in the game, mind you, can be misunderstood, but also at the same time understood. I guess misunderstood has a negative connotation, like, oh, you misunderstood it. It's a you problem. You misunderstood it. But I think Dennaton Games may have misunderstood what expressing something like that without a full game's worth of nuance to append to it would or could do. And as you'll see, it pans out in a lot of ways throughout the promotion. I'll spoil it for you. It leads to and culminates with the game being refused classification in Australia, and Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number is still banned to this day in Australia. Because of this. Exclusively because of this. The official statement from the ratings board in Australia directly referenced exclusively the graphic portrayal of sexual assault. Had nothing to do with the violence. First game came out just fine. Second game did not come out. All spinning out because of how they opened this demo, which is a shame. But when it's two guys in a studio, things happen. Again, I don't think that they have poor intentions in mind, but I do think that it makes for a very fascinating long-term history. We've got Hotline Miami 2 at Gamescom on August 22nd, 2013. They have banned questions here. When's it out on PlayStation 4? Why is it so hard? Isn't it a bit violent? Do you like hurting people? Where is Fork Parker? Why do you call it a sequel when it's pretty much the same? In parentheses, do you ask Activision that too, or Ubisoft? Which story is the true story, jackets or bikers? Why is it in pixel graphics? Was Drive a big inspiration for you? Why are you drinking beer at 9:30 in the morning? Can I take a picture of this? Not allowed to. It's like me blocking all the terms in the Xenogears playthrough. It's like me blocking fun fact. These questions are not allowed to be asked. Dennaton Games and Devolver Digital are not interested in answering if Drive is a big inspiration. We're done. We've covered that ground. We do not care. I thought it was very, very, very funny. And here is an interview at Gamescom on August 23rd, 2013. Developer Dennaton Games is planning to add an unlockable higher difficulty mode for all levels in Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number. This hard mode will allow players who receive a C+ or higher on levels to unlock their respective level in hard mode. In hard mode, enemies will be more difficult to take down, and some abilities may be taken away from players, such as the capacity to lock on to enemies when targeting them. Vadine said that this hard mode will be added in response to feedback that the first Hotline Miami was too easy. Interesting they didn't ban asking about the sexual content. I think at this point, in their marketing cycle, in this point in trying to advocate for their game, I think they would have taken as many opportunities as they could to justify and rationalize their artistic reasoning for putting in a scene like that. I don't think they would have shied away from it. I think it would have looked really bad if on their banned questions, right in between, why is it in pixel graphics and was Drive a big inspiration, if it said, what was up with the pig butcher scene? Can you imagine how that would be a PR disaster? In normal mode, it's pretty much the same as Hotline Miami. We'll add a hard mode to the game like in the way Super Meat Boy works. We added this because some people said the first game was too easy, so we wanted to give them something more. Also, all the players trying to beat the world record or top the leaderboards, we wanted to give them more stuff to be good at. It would be very hard. Characters will have more personality and deeper stories, such as the film plot of the director character in Dennison's effort to tamper with players' emotions. We've a bunch of new playable characters, and they all have their own storyline, he said. We're trying to give them more personality, so players can get to know them a bit more. In the first game, you only had Jacket, and we made him pretty blank. But for this game, if we made all the characters just blank, the player would feel the same way about all of them. We want them to be different. Some you will agree more with, or won't agree with, or maybe won't understand their motivations or agenda. We're trying to make the world richer. We came up with all these characters when we worked on the first game, so this time around we're telling the full story of Hotline Miami. That's why it's the last one. And I think the whiplash from the first game to these scenes in the second game, without having the context of this is going to be a much more character-driven thing, and, you know, having just depraved morality in some of these characters is part of what you're going to have to grapple with. You know, some people you might go, I understand their motivations for killing. In some ways I agree. They are avenging whoever. But this guy, no, I don't agree with his rationales for killing. And I think it's, again, I'll say it again and again and again, I think it's a fascinating angle for a sequel to this just seismic shift of a game to take. I think it rocks. Here's PAX Prime, September 1st, 2013. Important information about Hotline Miami 2 posted at PAX. Move, fire, controls, PC, Mac, Linux, PlayStation 4, Vita. 2014. Don't ask for anything more specific than that. We don't know yet. Once we do, we will tell you immediately, and then we can all go on with our lives. Play Spelunky in the meantime. It's awesome. And they're so right for it. They're so right. It is. I really, because this was on all of the computers at PAX Prime that had the game, and I actually have one here. You can see it right there. There's somebody playing Hotline Miami 2 at PAX Prime, doing the fan scene, which we already know. One thing I really like how the fan mobile kind of looks like a Scooby-Doo mystery machine in its own weird way. Like it's a teal van. Don't you love the Mountain Dew green headset? It's so 2013, man. It's so 2013. Yeah, I'm in on everything that they're cooking up so far. I've got a couple more interviews here we'll go into. This one is from Game Reactor on September 2nd, 2013.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
So we thought we'd stop by the Denaton boys at 12 o'clock, and that would be enough for them to wake up. But not not quite woken up, not quite done with breakfast, and we came into this. I think this is sort of the largest NDA I've ever seen of the questions we're not allowed to ask. So why don't we just go through 'em from top to bottom?
Bring it on. So you read and I answer.
When is it out on PS4 and Vita?
We don't know
Why is it so hard?
because we love hard games.
Isn't it a bit violent?
Yeah,
Do you like hurting people?
only in games.
Only in games. Where is Fort Parker?
In a limo somewhere.
Why do you call it a sequel when it's pretty much the same? Sorry about that.
We want to.
Which story is the true story? Jackets or bike?
I won't tell you.
Why is it in pixel graphics?
Because it looks awesome.
Was Drive a big inspiration for you?
Yeah.
And I can't really ask this question because I wasn't here at 9:30, and I don't think you were either.
No. So that one is out.
But it was like maybe the last one was at 5:30 or.
Yeah. So I bumped it up a bit more.
And well, we're already taking a picture of this, so that's out of the question. And well, I've seen you before, and this is your normal clothes, right?
Yeah. And I was more colorful yesterday, but today I'm not. I'm a shell of my former self.
All right. So with all the difficult questions out of the way, let's kick it off with some of the more sort of easygoing, nice and relaxed questions. So what's been cooking with Hotline Miami? How are you sort of progressing in development from when we last saw it?
Right now we're trying to get each playable character working, so we're making one stage for each of them, just getting the feel of the game, getting all the gameplay in, and then we'll start adding stages and work with the stories.
So you got the games pretty much mapped up how you wanted to sort of beat the full game?
Yeah, like the core is pretty much done. We took a lot of the code from the first game, and Jonathan rewrote it and made it, like, tweaked it.
Because I guess that ties into that question. It looks the same, but sort of it's not quite the same, is it?
No, it's like the gameplay is it's pretty much the same, just adding more enemies and stuff like that. But we were
Making things even harder.
yeah, but we were proud of how it worked, and people liked it. And I feel like, why does everything has to be innovated? You know, like new ideas for every game. I feel like if you have something that works and
Add jetpacks.
exactly. And we felt more like we wanted to, like, we have the gameplay set, so we want to try to tell a different story with the game. Like, we have this core, and what can we do with it, like, story-wise. And
Because it really feels, when talking to you, it really feels like the story is what drives you to make this sequel, right? You want to tell the full story.
yeah, like all the characters in the story we had it in our minds when we did the first game, so we always felt like we want to tell the whole story, like the complete story. That's why we're saying that this is the final one, because now you will see the whole picture almost. It's gonna be vague, so we will not answer all questions, but yeah, this is it.
I think that even if you answer some questions, everyone won't understand the answer. So,
Exactly.
so it's got to be sort of interesting to see people playing your game here, because it's one of those games that you can really enjoy someone watching and playing. I don't think my wife enjoys me playing it, because I tend to sort of voice my frustrations a little bit. But how's it like to see people playing Hotline Miami here too?
It's awesome. You have that. They start by trying to sneak around and be like really tactic and like going with it for like a Metal Gear Soldier, you know, like try to take them out one at a time, but they die and they die and die, and then all of a sudden they snap and it just runs in there. It's like, fuck this, I'm just gonna run in there, and then they clear it and stuff like that. Or some, like, once in a while you hear someone like, fuck, oh, sorry. Or like, yeah, did anyone see that?
But I think that's the beauty of it, that sort of that tension, because you know it's hard, so you want to go slow, you want to
Whoa,
try
the
and
cave.
take everyone out that you can in sort of a safe way, and then when you know that your only option is that, but that sweet spot is really what it's all about.
Yeah, when they snap and just go for it like trance. mode.
That's when you and the player and the game becomes one.
Yeah, exactly. You just go on instinct.
Yeah. So, I mean, what's ahead for you guys? You still got some ways to go with the game, obviously. Something that I really like is the music. That's probably what makes it enjoyable. Even though you replay each level, the music sort of just makes it it sort of mellows you out a little bit. Even though you're sort of like boiling inside, the music is so addictive. And are you all set with the music, or are you still working on that part? Or?
Yeah, we are. We're gonna add more stages, and then we need more songs. But we have a lot of tracks already chosen and stuff so we have a lot of artists coming back, of course, and a lot of new ones. So if you love the first soundtrack, you will love this one. I can guarantee it.
Sounds great. And do you have like a timeline in mind, or is it just gonna be when it's done?
We hope to have it done by in Christmas. That's the plan. That's what we're aiming for, and we'll see.
Christmas of 2013, mind you. They didn't make it.
If not, it will be a little longer.
Yeah, but we are trying to not as I said, the core of the game is there. So it's just a matter of getting the design right and getting the levels to feel great, and yeah.
I'm gonna let you get back to your sad-looking sandwich now. You've been sitting with it for like 20 minutes, and it's not really going down the throat. So you better get back to that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then that's it. They missed Christmas. I've got a few more interviews. I've got a few more September 2013 interviews, but none that are really that crazy or exciting. There is, I guess, one that I could show for one specific
I like to play
question.
with gamepad myself more than mouse and keyboard. So
What's the major changes that you guys did for Hotline Miami 2?
Which is one of my favorite interview questions here. And I guess this is actually a good interview. Now that I'm thinking about it, I watched this one 2 days ago. It's a good interview. I'm actually going to watch the whole thing because I actually think it's really good. And I had never heard of this outlet before, Game Kings. I don't even know if they're still around, but I really liked this interview a lot. I don't know if they still exist, but I hope they do because I like this interview.
We're sorry. Error. Please check the number and try your call again. We're sorry.
Next to me is Dennis. He's the designer for Hotline Miami 2. Wrong number. Dennis, good job.
Oh, thank you.
It's a
Thank
perfect
I
counterpoint,
finished Hotline
Snow.
Miami,
It's really good.
One actually recently on the PlayStation and PS Vita.
Kudos for you.
I loved it. I played it because it was made. I mean, the Dutch guys did a port.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to do ports of the game?
Game Kings is a
yourself, or-
Dutch company,
Nope.
and it looks like they're still around. Cool. You can hear an accent, for sure. Dutch detected. Yeah, this is a good interview. I won't interrupt anymore. I think this guy's a good interviewer.
We are working with abstraction this time too.
All right.
Yeah, we're super happy with the result, and they're nice guys. So
How did Hotline Miami change your studio or your life? Better to ask.
I can keep doing games for a living, which
Yeah.
is nice. So pretty much that. We didn't expand. Still just me and Jonathan doing the games, but just have that security that I can do a game and don't have to eat noodles every day.
You can if you want to.
Yeah, sometimes it's good, but not every day.
Well, I was wondering. I mean, I was playing Hotline Miami, and I love the retro style is super cool. The music is brilliant.
Thank you.
I love the high-paced action, and I was playing it. And I was thinking like, okay, there's going to be. I knew these guys saw Hotline Miami 2 at E3, and I was thinking like, okay, what are you going to do for a sequel? How I mean, if you done the retro thing, how are you going to expand on that for a sequel?
Yeah, well, the sequel kind of already was there when we were making the first game. The story and the characters, they didn't fit in the first one, so we felt like we want to do a sequel. If the first game sells good, we can do it. So it was already there. Like, we see it as they fit together. So we're keeping the formula. The gameplay is pretty much intact because people love it, and we are super proud of it. So we're just adding more characters that you can play as and try to make it a bit more story-driven than the first one. You get to know the characters a bit more than Jacket, who was quite blank, which worked for that game, but for this game, since it's so many of them, we want to try to give them different personalities and motivations and stuff like that.
I got so hooked on the world, and I was wondering what is the trick? I mean, from a design perspective, it looks super easy because it's you know, the 8-bit kind of graphics. But I don't think it is. It doesn't. It must be really hard to create something that feels perfect or sort of recognizable if you're old gamer like me.
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer. I don't really know how. It just for us, it was making the game that we want to play. That was really important. We didn't really care about what people was going to think about it. It was, if it worked for us, then it was going to stay in the game.
But where, at what point in the development of Hotline Miami was a choice made to go for this retro style?
I think it came from Jonathan seeing the movie Cocaine Cowboy, which is a documentary from Miami. And we felt like this is a cool setting for...
We watched that Cocaine Cowboys before Hotline Miami 1. And I still have it on my computer. I think it is... If you're at all interested in Hotline Miami as a theme and a story and just kind of this relentless violence that seemingly is going unchecked. That film Cocaine Cowboys about the drug smuggling scene in Miami, Florida is a fascinating, eye-opening, and just harrowing story across its breadth. And I think it kind of speaks to the parallels of Hotline Miami 1 into Hotline Miami 2 a little bit, because it seems as though Hotline Miami 2 is trying to give you more character to chew on as opposed to Jacket, this character who was nameless in the development of Hotline Miami 1 that was named by fans and the developers kind of ran with it. That just kind of showed like the violence on its face, on its surface. And then Hotline Miami 2 seems to be diving way deeper into the direct human impact, both from the perpetrator's side as well as the victim's side of what these violent tendencies can bring about in just the world and personally and societally and all of that kind of stuff, from the fans to the butcher to whoever other characters we run into later on down the road. Cocaine Cowboys was a fascinating movie. A really fascinating documentary that I should probably show again in the Discord now that I'm thinking about it.
Because we wanted these, the drug and the game
Extreme
has this
violence.
kind of druggy feeling to it, almost like in you're a trance or hallucinating. So that fitted perfectly. And also for us, we love the 80s and the 90s aesthetics. Personally. So that fitted too. Making them have these white suits felt really cool. So again, we wanted to make the game that we wanted to make. And for me, the pixel graphics is more beautiful than 3D graphics. I was raised with 8-bit, like Nintendo, Sega Mega Drive and stuff like that. So for me, it's more appealing to watch pixel graphics than 3D graphics. So it came natural.
It's so interesting. I mean, I see lots of designers who want to do something with video game, make video game logos or whatever, and go for the 8-bit retro style. And it's always corny. It's never nice. And when I played Hotline Miami, I noticed that it's that style, but it's not corny. It doesn't feel corny.
No, we didn't wanted it to look like old games, like retro. We weren't thinking like, oh, this has to look like an 8-bit game. There's a lot of stuff in this game that can't be done on 8-bit. Like, it's too many colors for 8-bit. The tilting of the stage can be done in 8-bit, and the same with a lot of the effects for the fonts and the background. Those things can't be done with 8-bit. So we didn't want to make a game that was truly 8-bit in that sense. We just used pixels to animate the characters, but we didn't stop there. Like, if we wanted to add something cool, we did that.
I'm glad this guy got a chance to be able to recontextualize his earlier question and get the answer that he was searching for earlier. Because I think he fumbled his delivery the first time around by saying it looks easy because it's pixel graphics, but I'm sure it was very hard. How did you handle making something like that? And what I think he was asking was this kind of marriage of aesthetic mixed with a very definable visual style, and how there's a lot more depth and a lot more character than you might see on the surface. And it's a very, very masterfully done visually designed game. And I think how it came across to Vadim the first time around was pixel art games look easy, but they're actually hard. And I don't think that's what he was going for. And so I'm glad that he had that opportunity to kind of be able to reframe it and get a much stronger answer out of Dennis here.
Okay.
I think it's good.
What's your team's favorite platform to play the game on? Now that there's a...
I think the Vita is really cool.
Yeah.
Because the controls work so great and screen is so crisp. So the colors and everything is really popping, which is cool. So I think that one. And yeah, I love them all. But I like to play with gamepad myself more than mouse and keyboard.
That was interesting to me. He's a gamepad guy. He's not a mouse and keyboard guy. That's interesting. I would have assumed that they were mouse and keyboard guys developing it because it feels so mouse and keyboard, you know? Just the way that you aim and lock on and everything. But he's a gamepad guy. It feels twin stick to you. You played this on controller. I just think about it like it's made on Game Maker, right? And it's got such a defined hold shift and look around the map and a very specific way of aiming and twitch back and forth shooting. And I can see the twin stick, but when I think of twin stick, I think of things like Geometry Wars. And I don't think that this feels very Geometry Wars to me. When I see the first game and when they show off the game, they show it off with mouse and keyboard in every single instance that you'll see like at booths and things. And so it is interesting. I would never necessarily think to play this with a controller. It does not feel controller driven to me really at all. But to hear him say that he's a controller guy and you're a controller guy, it's cool. It's cool. I don't see it. I don't see Nuclear Throne on a controller, and I don't see Hotline Miami on a controller. They just don't. They're too punishing for an analog stick, which is just kind of imprecise by design. Obviously, they are precise, but you can be a lot more fine-tuned by letting go of your mouse in that spot and then walking around where you want to shoot. You know what I mean? I think you get a lot more pinpointed precision with a mouse, and for a game that's this difficult. I prefer controller for most everything and played both Hotline games with a controller. Yeah. From the ground up, I don't know if I would play. I mean, I obviously would, but given the option, I think that mechanically they just feel so mouse and keyboard to me because it's like one tap and you're dead. So you're like pre-setting where you're going to aim and then moving in relation to where your mouse is pinpointed. And I think with a twin stick, there's a lot more room for error in that department. I think that you can just get so much more precision out of having a mouse and being able to set a mouse placement just like that and just let go. I'm talking about where my mouse is right now and being able to let go. You're not being asked to hold your thumb at that exact degree. You know what I mean? That's where it comes from for me. It's almost more. I did try a level in the first game and I saw how it felt. I did. You were there. You said the exact same thing to me last time. But I encourage you to listen to what I'm saying too, Yeah, you did. You did. My friend played with the controller. It took like 20 hours to beat the game. No. Well, listen, I'm not gonna say that everybody it's gonna take them 20 hours to beat the game. So we might have a little bit of an outlier with your buddy.
Just that you guys did.
But that's what I'm trying to like. I don't know. We'll talk about it when we actually play the game. But Super Meat Boy crowd playing this, right? No, but what I am saying is not that I am more precise with a mouse, because I'm not. What I'm saying is there is just an inherent ability to let go of a mouse entirely. And so in my head, and I can boot up Hotline Miami and show you what I mean just to make it a little bit easier. In my head, there's a sense of like it's not as fatiguing. You don't have to hold down. You don't have to like lock in exactly what degree of the 360-degree analog stick you want to lock in on. And then you let go. And when you let go, it kind of falls out of favor. And then you have to click it again. You got to do it again. I'll show you what I mean. Super Meat Boy to me, I guess, because that's another thing. That's Flash game to me. And when I think of Flash game, I think about Z and X on a keyboard. All right. Just kill these guys. Just take these guys out. Can I go to a level, actually? Yes, I can. Okay. Here's what I mean. And I'll have to get a controller out to show you the extent of what I mean. If I wanted to go here, I feel like I can get a deeper, I can let go of the controller here and be in the keyboard and be in a spot and kind of be able to just one-hand it for a little while. Obviously, you're pressing the left mouse button to attack, but what I'm trying to say is you can be a lot more rigid in terms of your orientation because it's easier to stop moving a mouse than it is to hold a thumb locked in at 270 degrees. You know what I mean? Like if I want to stay facing left, with this, I'm just holding left. With a keyboard, with a controller, I understand you can flick it over here and then let go. But at the same time, whenever you do that and you flick and let go, it kind of will fall off. And I feel like you just get so much faster snapping around. But I understand. I'm not trying to say better or worse or whatever. It's just how I've always seen this game. Where is the other guy in here? Oh, he's in here. And then you can just lock on and work your way in. And again, it works with a controller too, but I did it with my playthrough. It just feels so much quicker and more. I just understand my sense of space more with a mouse because I've been on a computer for a very long time and I know where my mouse is in terms of space. And so I can kind of like aim in a direction that's like near there's guys coming out, aren't there? No? Hey, there's that 50 Blessings logo. Oh, right, the briefcase. I forgot about that. Like, I can overshoot a person more easily, I think is what I'm trying. I didn't pick it up. I can overshoot somebody's more easily and kind of be further or closer, and you have the additional axis of depth with a mouse and keyboard. You can be very close and tight to your character and swing around, or you can have wide, far-reaching, much more granular movement by being far away. And when you're on a 360 rotated stick, I feel like you lose out on that ability to go much closer. You're snapping around very fast. Further out, you're only moving this far when you stretch the entire. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I even play first-person games, and typically me too. First-person games, I'm horrible with a mouse and keyboard. I never played like Counter-Strike or anything like that with a mouse and keyboard. I never had one. But like, I feel like I just have so much wider range of motion by being able to be closer and further away and play into that sense of depth. Anyway, I was surprised to hear that he prefers and plays it with a gamepad. It was interesting to me. It was very exciting to hear. This is the question that I really wanted to touch on.
I play gamepad myself more than mouse and keyboard, so
What's the major changes that you guys did for Hotline
Not
Miami?
this one.
how we present the story and yeah, I think that, and have more characters and try to give them more personalities than the first one.
Yeah, and can you name one detail that you yourself are most proud of?
Right now, in
Yeah.
the demo, I think all the details in the stages and yeah, the whole story that we have worked out, I'm really proud of, and all the characters, and you will see it in the final game. Cool.
If I ever get a chance to interview developers at any point in this Caprolog thing, this is a question that has been on my short list of questions for the longest time, because I think that just asking somebody like, what about this are you most proud of? It's a very simple question, but he didn't talk about the environments at any point earlier, because what it's really asking is, what's the part of this game that you worked really hard on that you feel like, you know, people may not see, you know? And it could be an answer that's the widespread thing that's like, oh, I'm really proud of the story, right? And that's what we're putting forward. But I think you get the opportunity to get a fun answer like, I'm really proud of the environments, right? And I showed that image of them posting about it here, like talking about the environments, but it doesn't really come up in any of the other interviews. Is there a question you wished I asked that I didn't? That's a good one too. That's a fun one. I just really like hearing from somebody what they are most proud of, you know, especially a creator, because I think when somebody is in the grind of something, I think what I'm most proud of on this stream is probably different than what I think a lot of people would expect me to be most proud of. I think that when you're making an album, what you're most proud of was nailing the guitar tone at 1 minute and 40 seconds on track 3. It was so, I had it in my head and I couldn't get it for the longest time, and then we cracked it with this specific pedal that we found while we were on tour in Oregon, and we had it. That's what and it doesn't make any sense right now because the album's not out, but that's what I'm most proud of. When you get your hands on the album, pay attention to the guitar tone at 1 minute and 40 seconds on track 3. That's the kind of thing that I really love about asking that question, because I think what it evokes from people is different from just a standard, like the hit points of promoting your game, you know? It sticks with me. And I really love, I think he's the only person in all of these interviews that asks the question, what are you most proud of?
Cool.
So I think Vida is really cool,
Yeah.
because the content. Yeah, I think that, and have more characters and try to give them more personalities than the first one.
Yeah, and can you name one detail that you yourself are most proud of?
Right now,
Yeah.
in the demo, I think all the details in the stages and Yeah,
Just a little thing, man. It's the details in the stages. That's what he's in for. He had the opportunity to go back to his sequel and make all of these levels more than just apartment buildings. Like, really get in there with the nitty gritty and tell a story in the environmental design. I think it's so cool. I'm so into it. And that's the entirety of 2013. I have a couple more interviews, but largely they're rehashed what we already know. 2013, the game was announced in 2012, offhandedly by Jonathan Soderstrom, who said, hey, we pulled together some songs for the Hotline Miami 2 soundtrack, and it's sounding really good. And then 7 months later, they posted a teaser for the game, and the trailer came out. And then we had Rezzed, we had PAX, we had Rooster Teeth Expo in there as well, which we didn't really talk about. And that was 2013. Hotline Miami 2, Wrong Number, was moving. And then when we go into 2014 here, we're going to start with one of our only magazine touchstones, which is Game Informer issue 251 from March of 2014. Which says, had to get a magazine in here. Had to get a magazine in here. Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number began as a DLC for the original game, but it grew larger and larger until creators Jonathan Soderstrom and Dennis Vidian realized they had a full-blown sequel on their hands. Soderstrom and Vidian said Wrong Number concludes the Hotline Miami story. Again, we know this picture well at this point. Wrong Number follows a few narrative threads, some which take place before the events of Hotline Miami and some after. So we've got a prequel going on as well as a sequel going on through the events of multiple characters. One thread follows the Pig Butcher, an actor in a slasher movie inspired by the events of the first game. The others follow the exploits of a group of 5 wannabe vigilantes known as the Fans, who were inspired by the Hotline Miami original protagonist, Jacket. In the first game, Jacket received mysterious calls from a secretive group called the Janitors, tasking him with brutally murdered assigned targets. What's up, Exac? How are you? Many saw Jacket as a psychopath, but the Fans worship him as a hero and seek to emulate what he did. Each of the 6 playable characters has his or her own abilities, and Devolver told us even more characters will be in the final game. Hotline Miami 2 retains the pixelated hyperviolence of the first game. Players still view the action from above, taking out anyone who gets in their way. The first game is renowned for its difficulty, and Wrong Number holds nothing back. In fact, a new, harder difficulty is available for players skilled enough to unlock it. We're curious to see how this murderous tale wraps up later this year. The Fans want to get the same phone calls for hits, so they're taking it upon themselves to attract their attention. Very, very, very cool. And then, April 8th, 2014, just before PAX East 2014, we got our next glimpse of Hotline Miami 2. This is a trailer known as Dial Tone. Oh, hang on. I gotta go. Actually, the best place I want to do it is here. Prep kits, 5 videos, trailers, dial tone. Oop. There we go. We got a TV studio. We got a guy buzzing his hair in the bathroom. We got the Pig Butcher and cops. We got the Fans ready to go. We got a guy going into the trunk of his car and pulling out a shotgun. We got a guy in the Russian mobster outfit from the first game. Holy! Whoa! Hold on. Let me get that back. Can I get that in slow motion? Can I do a playback speed on this? Oh! And there's the dodge roll we know about. This is a new guy. We haven't seen him yet. There's Tony the Tiger punching a dog. That's our bear. More tiger. These are new characters. That's 2 characters there, okay? New. Dodge roll, dodge roll. Here's our akimbo guns. 2 characters. Looks like we got a gun in the back and a chainsaw in the front. Hell yeah, dude. What's up, Sandy? Oh. Okay, stopping in, having a drink. Little low. Couple bars going on here. Let's look at the fish. Hotline Miami 2, wrong number, baby. Wrong number. A captivating trailer. I mean, truly a captivating trailer. And a trailer that kind of opens up the next leg of promo for this game. At PAX East, in front of the sign, you've got cosplayers at PAX East. And as we know, we've seen this before. We know this room now. We know this room very intimately at this point. This is the fans' hideout. There's your blueprints. There's the 50 blessings painted on the table because they're desperate to be part of the 50 blessings. Again, the cosplaying is widely celebrated across the board. It's crazy to look at this and go like, man, they're letting people bring fucking golf clubs into the convention center? Oh. Well, you'll see one later that we'll look at and you'll go like, that was allowed into there? What the hell? But yeah, really cool. And then fast forward a little bit further, and they posted the newest feature for Hotline Miami 2 will debut on Twitch on Monday, June 9th. Detail and a fancy video to follow. That new feature, the widely requested level editor on the back of oops, hang on. I blew it. I have to get rid of this. Here we go. Right before E3 2014, we finally got what people had been clamoring for like crazy, referenced in interviews. When is this coming? Is Hotline Miami getting a level editor? What's the deal, man? This is a really good trailer. Really cool. Is that the original level? It's a little different, right? You mean this one that they're creating here? It's close. I think the bathroom has a door here. Right? In the original one. Hang on, because I still have it. That's a good shout. Hang on. If that's true, that's crazy. I think it's close, but not quite. Where is... Maybe I don't have it anymore. I don't have it on here. Damn, I don't have it. I thought I had it. I mean, I played it, but I don't think I saved that VOD. Yeah, what is it called? Super Carnage? It's close. It's damn close. I remembered the hallway going down. It is very close. Yeah, you've got it's the bathrooms in the similar spot, and then you have the lounge area going out into this hallway. But I remember this hallway right here with the two doors side by side. It's really close. It's a really good eye. It's close, but not quite. And then dig in and start playing it, man. How cool is that? We've got an actual press release here from Cosmo Cover. I love a good press release. From Cosmo Cover, which is a European press release service, junket. The RV in the parking lot with the barbecue across the street from the Los Angeles Convention Center next door to the Hooters. June 9th, 2014. Do you like creating levels? Dennaton Games revealed a Hotline Miami 2 level editor. The twistedly lovable fans of Hotline Miami, who enjoy brutally smashing in the skulls of strangers, will be pleased to know that developer Dennaton Games has unveiled a level editor for Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number. With the new level editor, fans will be able to meticulously design their own soul-crushing levels to die over and over again in, and share with other cold-blooded strangers on the internet. Fans with a talent for designing potential murder scenes will be able to create a floor plan and place items within, including furnishings, fashionable decor, weapons, and unforgiving enemies armed with whatever instrument of death you choose. Playable at E3 2014 by appointment only, Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number will launch later this year on PC, PlayStation 4, 3, and Vita. Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number is more of the blistering combat and unmistakable visual style millions of fans around the world have grown to love, all wrapped in a powerfully intense soundtrack that will once again push you to the limit, questioning your own thirst for blood. After intense negotiations, Dennaton Games has agreed to let me create a level called Fork Parker's Mansion of Pain using the new Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number level editor, said Devolver Digital CFO Fork Parker. One room is just 7 dogs and a dude with an Uzi. Good luck, nerds. For more information about Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number, Dennaton Games, or publisher Devolver Digital, please visit www.devolverdigital.com. And I don't think this one still exists. Yeah, it's gone. But I have saved a few others. Rest in peace to Hooters. Rest in peace to the Vita. Man, rest in peace to the PlayStation 3. What a press release. What a press release. Let me delete some of these. Give myself a little bit of room. And now, you ready?
A what?
Range of crazy and diverse games. This next partner shares our love and support of independent developers and has brought fantastic games to
cool,
PlayStation
Minky Moo,
like
thank you.
Flambier's Luftrausers and Dennaton's Hotline Miami. Devolver Digital and their main man Fork Parker have been working on an awesome slate of new titles, and we've officially joined forces. All of the following titles you're about to see will be making their console debut exclusively on PlayStation platforms.
One thing I want to comment on, Hotline Miami 1 was a game created because there weren't enough games out there like what Dennis and Jonathan wanted to play. Obviously a huge success for Devolver in October of 2012. This is now June of 2014. They're announcing a big Devolver Digital partnership with Sony for first look console access for these games. Look at the tone of every single game in this presentation. And I want you to listen to the crowd. Did you hear it? And this is the dial tone trailer that we've seen, but with a couple of new shots, I think.
I wonder, will you love us for having created you?
And then Talos, baby.
Will the world you build be like ours, or so different that we
Talos.
today cannot even imagine it?
Your will is free because you were made.
Did anybody pick up the Talos Reawakened? That's got exclusive new story expansion in it. And I read it's like incredibly difficult. I read it's just jumping right off the jumping off point of the hardest level in the original Talos. All right. And then we have an interview here. An interview that, if I can be honest with you guys, kind of gets under my skin. And I don't know a lot about this guy. And so you're going to have to tell me if this is just what he's like and you just like grow to love it, or if he's particularly bristly in this one. But I cannot see a wider gulf between interviewer and interviewee than this 15-minute interview. And we're going to watch like a minute from the start and then skip towards the end. It's standoffish to me. It is condescending a little bit. It just rubs me the wrong way, man. It rubs me the wrong way. All right, here we go.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN's E3 live show, live from the show floor. I'm joined right now by Dennis.
Very good, man.
You're surviving. Hotline Miami, a huge success. Voted the #1 game.
What's
for
his
kids.
deal?
Now you're here
All over the world.
All over the world.
Except Germany.
You are sadistic people. I don't get me wrong, I love the Hotline Miami, but just beating heads into the ground and throwing bats and
But
killing
we're not
dogs.
we're not playing it. It's you playing it. So.
Sure, yeah, you made me do the horrible
Yeah.
things and then judged me the entire time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to be judged again in Hotline Miami too. Let's see you today.
Sportscaster? Listen, that's disrespectful to sportscasters. I've been listening to a lot of baseball radio lately. Sportscasters are isn't that Point Crow? No, it's a Greg Miller.
To check Twitter while you do it.
Yeah.
No, you came to show us the level editor. What's all happening now?
Yeah, so
It just rubs me the
talking
wrong
about
way,
this,
man.
Like since day one,
Yeah.
the first game came out, that if we can make an editor for them, and yeah,
I think that
look,
he's playing
until
it
now,
very
make it,
well.
like,
All right, well,
user-friendly.
All right, let me
That's
go.
also why we
Yeah,
It's awesome.
hit the way it did, where so
No.
many people cared. Even do this.
Yeah, this
Why E3 so far? I think.
Good.
You know what I mean? You look at the EA guys, right? They came out and had like all their things. They're like, we're working on an IP. No, no, we got nothing to show. Here's this thing. It's whatever. It's fine. I was like, yeah, that's a cool way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Things have changed. So, make this.
I don't know anything about him. I just think that it's a
Can you do that? You wanna
it's
do
an
that?
insane
Come on,
mismatch
Too many hard
energy
words, like-
wise.
I'm getting nervous right now.
Okay, don't get
I
nervous.
was just told to. I'm gonna just sit here and talk. Actually, so I think this is.
So
Kind
why
of a
did you
bonus.
even do this?
Yeah,
Why
it's a
did you?
bonus. It's a
Oh,
bonus.
okay.
And I'm the only one on the team.
But
that
he's
offers
getting
it.
into it. He's getting into it. He's such an
Our
agreeable
creation
guy. I think in every single interview you see with him, he's a really cool guy.
In Hotline Miami.
I think you prefer the Jeff Keighley style where it's very straight. I don't know. I just think that like
Oh, it's
Are
just me.
so people.
this is
I
such an
like- I don't know, I
annoying
love the Hotline
thing
Miami.
to say.
So the fan-
On me too. Let's see you today. You're really invested in this interview. You brought a computer to check Twitter while you do it.
Like, shut the fuck up, man. You know why he's there. You brought him on stage. It's a bad joke, for starters. It's demeaning to your guest, secondarily. He is taking his time to deal with you as a means to, he probably had to do it from Devolver. God knows Denatun Games don't really give a shit. And he's like, and you brought your laptop to check Twitter. Shut the fuck up, man. You know why he's there. The whole reason for this, It doesn't serve anything other than to make the people that are watching this on the other end laugh at the guest, which I think is rude. The person on the other end that plays Assassin's Creed and Halo and Call of Duty that doesn't give a shit about this game, that doesn't care, is checking in and typing on the YouTube live comments, boring game, boring game, boring game, next, next, next. It's like, give the people a reason to celebrate. That's your whole fucking point for existing. It's so rude to me. And it's not about being straight or not. Like, you can banter with your guest and have fun. It's just like, yeah, like, why are you acting like this, man? Oh, it drives me crazy.
I think it was when we got Game of the Show at Rest.
Yeah.
By Eurogamer.
Yeah.
Back in 2012.
Yeah.
That was like, oh damn.
And so, had you always planned on making a sequel, or was it that that we have like something special here?
Like all the characters that is in the second one, and like the story and gameplay things, we came up with that during the first game. Pretty much just me and Jonathan expanding on the story, giving like back.
I'm sorry this one's so quiet, by the way. I've turned it all the way
I
up.
felt like if people liked the first one, we could make a second one, and yeah.
And then you're like, well, a lot of people like the first one.
That's also why we're saying that this is the final Hotline Miami for us, because now we're cramming in all the ideas that we have, like all the gameplay features and characters.
I like how you say "for us."
Yeah.
You're gonna license this out to somebody else.
Do you have the editor?
Yeah. I really like that you're putting it on me. Yeah, that's how you want everyone else out there to go make the next Hotline Miami 3.
Someone make a Hotline Miami 3, like their own interpretation of everything.
Sure. And then just not sell it. Because you don't get any money then.
No, I don't care. I just want to play a game. It would be awesome to play Hotline Miami and not being the one doing it. So you get like, oh my god, what is happening?
Yeah, that's got to be weird, right? I mean, you imagine once you release this, people are going to take the tools and do things with it that you're like, oh, why didn't we never thought of that? That was something else.
Yeah, that's cool.
Your future's bright.
I hope so.
Your future.
What the fuck are you talking about? Your future is bright. The most condescending shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. I find this interview deeply rude. Deeply rude. And like, oh, you don't want them to sell it though. And it's like, what are you talking about, man? We're making games, we're having fun. I'm giving you a fucking level editor. Make your own Hotline Miami 3. It'll be cool. I'll play it. And then it's I think he's all business. Like, your future is bright is like, oh, they can't sell it. You wouldn't give them the rights. It's just, he makes me, I don't know him. I don't know if he makes me sick, but this interview makes me sick.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. It's a nice end tune. Like, we're done.
I don't like him.
Why
in
is
this.
it so easy for you to say that you're going to be done? Take it. Like so many other games, they keep sequelizing, right?
Yeah, but we already have a new awesome idea.
Oh, really?
After this, so.
Tell me all about it.
No, I don't.
Damn it. So what, I'll have to wait another 2-3 E3s? You'll be back here telling me about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
All right. Is it hard to, I mean, making games hard, obviously, but is it hard to have an idea for a game and know that you still have, what, a year? This was been cooking for a year, you have an idea, then you get it, and like, you're talking giant chunks, right? Like,
I like this question.
I want to make a dumb video, I just make
I don't think he's
video,
bad.
And then it's over, and then I'm done, I move on.
Yeah, it's hard. So we started on the new like franchise after Hotline Miami 1 and felt like we're going to do this and then Hotline Miami 2. But we couldn't stop talking about Hotline Miami 2, so felt like, okay, we have to put this aside. But there's some cool sprite sheets.
Just rubs me the wrong way.
Actually, of
oh,
the
really?
New game and,
Let me just look at it a little. No? All right. I think I could figure out the level editor, too. Is that something, I mean...
Oh, yeah. No, that was the part that drove me crazy, because I listened to this whole thing.
We can make an editor for them. And yeah, it took until now to make it like
All right, well,
user
show me
friendly.
how it works. What's going on?
Yeah. So this is the workspace, and you have like 5 steps that you need to do to
Okay.
complete it. So the first thing you do is you add the floors and the walls. So you choose a floor type, wall type, and then a floor type,
Oh, okay.
and then you just drag with your left mouse button and drop it, and then you have a room.
Oh, wow.
So you can map it out quite quickly how you want it to
See,
look.
in the first Hotline Miami, I thought you guys were great game designers, and it turns out it's just really easy to make this game.
Yeah, I wish I had this tool though.
Yeah. But the first Hotline Miami would have come out a lot sooner
Yes.
if this tool existed.
Yeah. So now I'm making room for the doors, so you just erase by holding the right mouse button.
Gotcha, gotcha.
And control and right mouse button rotates. And then I can change the tile.
Again, when I hear this, I'm thinking about the audience. I'm thinking about IGN, right? I'm thinking about IGN because this isn't an interview at, IGF on stage with a bunch of people that are immersed in this world that know how to rib each other and have a little fun. Right? This is like, I don't know. It's just, man. And to go like, oh, if I knew it was this easy, I thought you guys had game design talent. It's, wait, what you should be saying in an environment like this is, make no mistake, if you're watching at home and going, this shit looks really easy. It's not. The amount of work that goes into making something this hard look this easy is a testament to their ability to getting something like this out. You should be, in my mind, should be celebrating it and oh God.
For the rooms, same way you can drag it, drop, and it fits.
And so what happens is this is what instills people with the idea that you just pick a video game off the video game tree. And why would you pick a rotten one when you could pick a good one? Why do people spend all that time and make a bad game? Like, oh, why didn't they just pick the good one? Why didn't they just make the good one? And it's statements like that get embedded in the public consciousness of game design on a root level from somebody that doesn't know a Hotline Miami from fucking Grand Theft Auto 2, right? You could show pictures of both of them and they'd go, same game to me. It just devalues work to me. And it's just, ugh.
Or you can use the classic buckets and just swap it like that.
Oh my goodness, you're getting me excited. Here's the question that immediately springs to my mind though. I see you're using a PC.
Yeah.
If that is okay, will this come to the console versions as well?
That is the plan.
That is the plan. All right.
I don't think it ever made it to consoles.
All of them.
You-
And we'll see how we can do it on the Vita.
You
in
read
terms
my
of
mind what was going to happen with that
Yeah.
Vita. That
But
little
maybe we do some
bastard.
kind of cross-buy so you can like build it.
Sure.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah,
see
yeah.
when we get closer to like
Right.
porting and stuff like that.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're talking about right now.
So yeah, you have the basic outline. So the next thing you do, like build it.
Sure.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah,
see all of them.
You-
And we'll see how we can do it on the Vita.
You
in
read
terms
my
of
mind what was going to happen with that
Yeah.
Vita. That little
But maybe we do some
bastard.
kind of cross-buy so you can like build it.
Sure.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah,
see
yeah.
when we get closer to like
Right.
porting and stuff like that.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're talking about right now.
So yeah, you have the basic outline. So the next thing you do is the items, like all
Okay.
the furniture.
Really
We
cool.
just took everything from the game. Just
Really cool
like the
that Hotline Miami
that we used
exists
for the-
in a level editor that is this
You
seamless.
can browse, just search, like see what's in
Sure,
there.
sure, sure.
So it's around 500, 600 items.
Damn, that's a lot of items.
So the easiest way is using like keywords or key letters.
I
So I'm
see.
gonna build a kitchen, so it's filters everything just everything with a kit.
Super sick.
And then the same thing here, control and right click to rotate. Most of the furniture have like variations to them, which we use to randomize the levels. So you can look through all the variations.
I think it could be fun, Hearts. I think it could be really fun.
And you can use shift to connect to the wall.
That's awesome. How big can you make levels?
Yeah, it can be the biggest. This is the biggest workspace.
Okay.
But then you can stack floors the same way that we do in the
Right,
in the
that
game.
makes sense.
But it's important to know that this is a Hotline Miami level editor, not a top-down shooter.
Yeah.
So you can't do like an open world Metal Gear sneak game.
Right.
So
You're
it
here.
has, like-
You're here just to bash the brains in.
Yeah,
Of the
exactly.
people you find. Guess who's gonna make the IGN office and kill all his friends?
Yeah.
I believe you could make levels and share them, yeah, with Hotline Miami too.
You can add a lot of stuff.
I don't know what the export situation is, if it's a code or if it's a
You said this
file
would
or
make
what.
the game easier. Is this how you make the game kind of now?
Kinda.
Yeah.
But we can't see some of the things in real time. You can't in the game. You can't rotate a couch like this. So if it's laid out like that,
Yeah.
you have to place it and then give it a code and then start the level to see it being like turned.
That
So-
seems like too much work. I don't like that at all.
No.
I wouldn't. I'd suggest using this from now on.
No, we're sticking to the old one since we're so far in development.
All right.
anyway.
Next time, Hotline Miami 3.
It's not coming in Hotline Miami. Unless a fan makes it, that's the plan.
Yeah.
Now someone else can do it for us.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Retire.
Yeah.
So-
no, not retiring.
When you build these, I'm assuming you're coming up with some way to share them. Yes.
Yeah. And how that is gonna be made is also like.
I don't want to attack the guy.
Sure.
Like when we start
He's
playing, but the
he's
plan
not a
is that
bad
we-
interviewer, obviously. But I just think that there are little things about his style that reads very condescending given the expansiveness of the audience that I think should be lifting everything because I'm sure he doesn't talk this same way when Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag is on the stream. I just and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just like his whole thing. But it just reads as a little demeaning to me here.
Or, yeah, a campaign or something like
Yeah.
that, and then just share it to your friends, or upload it, and people can test it. And
But again, this is the only time I've ever seen him. I wasn't in games media
that is the plan.
like
I like
watching
the idea.
stuff at the
This
time.
is a good idea.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
so
know
you
if
can-
that bathroom needs 2 toilets.
Oh.
I don't mean to. I know you made the game. Oh, look at it, it's already gone. Look how easy that was. Probably should put a sink in there. Yeah.
We did. If you noticed, Jacket's apartment in the first game, it actually doesn't have a toilet because we forgot to put it there.
Does it really not?
At least you're honest about it.
Yeah.
Also, maybe he went out. It was his excuse to go to the bathroom.
Does Jacket's bathroom
There was
not have a
shade
toilet in it?
somewhere in the building?
Did we notice that when
Like
we
sticky
played it?
fats.
Yeah, like that.
Story.
You based it on Peter Parker's apartment in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly.
There you
So yeah, you can keep on doing this for a long time, like adding stuff. But the
Huh.
next step is adding the enemies.
Sure.
I don't think I noticed
Them into
that.
AI categories.
Oh, okay.
So you have the static guy who's just standing there and it doesn't move until he sees you. The patrollers, it goes like counterclockwise, and when it bumps into something, they turn to the left.
Sure.
And random guys. So yeah, you should have some basic knowledge of playing the game, so you see how the enemies work before you start. And also a neat thing is that for each step, you have all the commands that you need. Right
Oh,
here.
okay.
What you can
This
do,
is
like how to
really
turn
cool.
Stuff and rotate, so you don't have to go to the manual.
Right.
To
Yeah.
find.
Exactly. Hop back out. Look at your options menu. Wait. How do I jump back in?
Yeah,
No. It makes
exactly.
perfect sense.
So you just pick a guy, and you can choose which weapon he's gonna carry, and then you place him just the same way as you do with the furnitures. Like so.
Poor guy in the bathroom.
Yeah. And this step isn't not really done yet, but here you will have all like weapon pickups.
Cool.
You can put a shotgun
Sure.
on the
Put a
table.
baseball bat or
Yeah.
something floating around.
And the final thing you do is you place your starting point, which is usually a card. Depends on the character you're making for. So all the characters from the game is available for you to do a level.
Oh wow. Okay.
And also you can change what song is gonna play in the background and all that.
I like the one that goes like.
Oh.
It's a good one. That's the good one. That was my favorite from the first game.
You mean the whole soundtrack?
Yeah.
Just one word.
You know, it had its own motif. It was very good. And so then what? You just jump in
Yeah,
and
so
try
now
it?
we want to try it. So just play level.
He was probably so scared that it wouldn't crash right then.
Do you, so you get to you can
You get
title
to
that
name it,
stuff
yeah.
too. Look at him go! You made this.
Well,
It'd be pretty embarrassing if you died in your own game. Just saying that. Just putting it out there.
What?
No pressure. Just saying.
If I die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't die. Good job.
So yeah, now you tried it.
That's
Wanna go
cool.
back, just eject.
That's
right back
fun.
at it.
That's
and you can
awesome.
Just move around stuff and yeah.
That's really, really cool.
That's so
That's
cool.
the basics. And yeah, we're hoping to add like details further in.
Sure.
So people can like dive in and tweak. Hopefully, do like dialogue and story elements. But if it's gonna be on the release or if it's gonna be updates, so I don't want to give any promises. But
Yeah.
we're gonna try to make it as detailed as possible.
I think the fact that you're just saying you're trying to do that, I think that is enough no promise right there.
Yeah.
That's all we want, right? I mean, as gamers, right? It's just when people, overpromise, underdeliver, then a problem gets there. But I thought, this is a very honest E3 so far, I think.
Good.
You know what I mean? You look at the EA guys, right? They came out and had like all their things. They're like, we're working on an IP. I don't know, we got nothing to show. Here's this thing. It's whatever. It's fine. I was like, yeah, that's a cool way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Things have changed. So, make this. Make the IGN booth. Can you do that? You want to do that?
No, it's
Come
gonna
on.
be hard.
Oh wow, too many hard corners. I get it.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous right now.
Okay, don't get
I
nervous.
was just told to. I've got to just sit here and talk. Actually, so I think this is.
So
Kind
why
of a
did you
bonus.
even do this?
Yeah,
Why
it's a
did you?
bonus. It's
Oh,
bonus.
okay.
And I'm the only one on the team that can operate it right now.
Our creation tools in Hotline Miami
it's
are
just me
so
from the team.
easy. Only I can make them.
Yeah.
It's a great selling point for your new addition to the game.
Yeah.
So, were you? I know you don't ever make a game and think, oh man, this is gonna suck or something. But were you expecting Hotline Miami to hit the original, to hit the way it did, where so
No.
many people cared?
No, we made a game that we wanted to buy.
Yeah.
Ourselves that we couldn't find,
Yeah.
and we thought that maybe a few people had the same kind of
Twisted minds.
yeah that the same like how we told the story and like the violence and stuff like that. We didn't
Yeah.
know if it's gonna fly, but it did.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
What was like your first indication that it was getting bigger than you thought it was gonna get?
I think it was when we got Game of the Show at Rest
Yeah.
by Eurogamer
Yeah.
back in 2012.
Yeah.
That was like, oh damn.
And so, had you always planned on making a sequel, or was it that that we have like something special here?
Like all the characters that is in the second one, and like the story and gameplay things, we came up with that during the first game. Pretty much just me and Jonathan expanding on the story, giving like backstories to characters.
Yeah.
So we always felt like if people liked the first one, we could make a second one, and yeah.
And then you're like, well, a lot of people like the first one.
That's also why we're saying that this is the final Hotline Miami for us, because now we're cramming in all the ideas that we have, like all the gameplay features and characters.
I like how you say "for us."
Yeah.
You're gonna license this out to somebody else.
Do you have the editor?
Yeah. Yeah, I really like that you're putting it on me. Yeah, that's how you want everyone else out there to go make the next
Yeah, I'd love
Hotline
to
Miami
see
3.
someone make a Hotline Miami 3 and like their own interpretation of everything.
Sure. And then just not sell it. Because you don't get any money then.
No, I don't care. I just want to play a game. It would be awesome to play Hotline Miami and not being the one doing it. So you get like, oh my god, what is happening?
Yeah, that's got to be weird, right? I mean, you imagine once you release this, people are going to take the tools and do things with it that you're like, oh, why didn't we never thought of that? That was something else.
Yeah, that's cool.
Your future's bright.
I hope so.
Your future for this game.
Greg Miller, yeah, he's a big guy.
So it's a nice end tune. Like,
I've never seen
done,
anything
so
of
you
him.
Do whatever you want.
Why is it so easy for you to say that you're going to be done? Take it. Like so many other games, they keep sequelizing, right?
Yeah, but we already have a new awesome idea. Let's
Oh,
do
really?
After this, so.
Tell me all about it.
No, I don't.
Damn it. So what, I'll have to wait another 2-3 E3s? You'll be back here telling me about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
All right.
I like the end of this
Is it
interview.
hard to-
Oh, there's a
I
little
mean,
bit more
making
left,
games
but I
is
like
hard,
the end.
obviously. But is it hard to have an idea for a game and know that you still have, what, a year? This was been cooking for a year. You have an idea, then you get it, and like, you're talking giant chunks, right? Like, if I'm like, I want to make a dumb video, I just make the dumb video that day, and then it's over, and then I'm done. I move on.
Yeah, it's hard. So we started on the new like franchise after Hotline Miami 1 and felt like we're gonna do this and then Hotline Miami 2. But we couldn't stop talking about Hotline Miami 2, so felt like okay, we have to put this aside. But there's some cool sprite sheets on this computer actually of the new game, and
Let me just look at it a little. No? All right. I think I can figure out the level editor too. Is that something? I mean, the ability to say we have this great idea, we want to do this eventually, and then switch it around on the fly and do what you really feel like, what you care about. Is that
what you keep on talking about when you're like together? Like,
is that being that nimble? Is that a benefit of being an independent studio?
Yeah, I think so. It's like we don't.
Hey, what's up, Wrist? Yes.
Yeah.
So it's quite easily to like set up a plan. I guess like on a big company, it's like 100 emails before someone even gets an idea what's going on.
You just poke him and you're like, hey, this is what I want to do.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling this anymore. Let's do that. That's got me nice. Do you ever wish you were bigger, that you had more people?
No, not really. But
I'll show you in a second, Wrist, once this is over. Unfortunately, this video is very quiet, and so I feel like I can't talk over it very much, or else I completely lose anything that they're trying to say. So I'm trying to keep a little quiet because I have this 100%, and I have my audio on my computer set to 100%. But I'll show you what we are here, and we've looked at all of this stuff so far. I've created a timeline, a release timeline from announcement to release. And yeah, I got to throw it into VLC. I just double clicked what I had. I even have VLC. I don't know why I didn't do it.
But at the same time, it would be cool, like what we have been talking about, what would we do if we have like the BioShock team?
Yeah.
And be able to design a game around that with all that assets and all those people. So it would be cool. Like, we can't make those games ourselves. So.
You could one day. You get that team, then you make the giant open world Hotline Miami, where it's first person. You're throwing baseball bats like this, spiraling out, hitting people. Eat a pineapple out of the trash.
Sounds awesome, man.
Yeah,
you can have it if you want.
Oh wow, you're already giving up the rights to this game. I love it. You're letting me make all the levels for you in your game, so that you'll never have to make another one.
As long as my name isn't on it, so.
Sure. We'll do like the the Noob Saibot thing and just spell your name backwards or whatever and be all set and ready to go.
I think he just fundamentally doesn't get he's literally saying like, I want nothing to do with Hotline Miami anymore after this. It's not like I want to license this out and have another team do it and have me cash the check. He's basically saying like, I'm done. And he's hung up on the fact that it's like, oh, we won't put your name on it, but we'll just do a little spin around thing and you can whatever. But he's like, no, you don't understand. I don't want anything to do with this. This is the end of the interview I like.
Have you had a chance to get around E3, or are you just showing your stuff?
No, this is the first half an hour I've been in here, and I want to leave as soon as we're done.
What? You want to leave as soon as you're done? What do you mean? It's E3.
It's too noisy. I love games, but I don't love crowded spaces.
Yeah.
I want to play games at home in my couch. So.
Are you big on previews ever? Like, do you ever want to taste stuff, or do you just want to? Final product comes out, you play it there.
You mean for other people's games?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not that keen on reading about them or like watching trailers or gameplay.
Thanks for supporting IGN.
I will.
He's done. He's done. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care at all. He chucked up the deuce, man.
For other people's games?
He's done.
Thanks for supporting IGN.
I
will. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
IGN.
I will.
Dennis, when does Hotline Miami 2 come out?
We're saying third quarter, but yeah, this year.
Oh, great. Okay, great.
Yeah.
And it's coming to just about every platform known to man.
Yeah, except for Xbox so far.
Yeah. Dennis, thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, the live show is winding down, but we still have a couple of huge games to show you.
I've been enjoying this so far. This is fun. We're so back. If you haven't been here from the start, let me clue you in. Here's caprolog.com/005. The Hotline Miami wrong number companion that will be filled out over the coming weeks. It's a lot of work to establish visually and structurally how I want everything to be expressed. And so I'm still working on nailing down, when I go into the coverage tab here, how do I want it all to be shown as far as text boxes, images, links, all of that kind of stuff. How do I want this to feel and flow? There's a lot of work involved, so there's still some time before things are finalized, but I did nail this down. This is going to be the landing page for each of the companions, where you'll be able to see the title, release platforms, developer, publisher, release date, a blurb that will be pulled directly from some source, whether it's a press release or the back of the box or whatever, a direct from marketing ad blurb. And then on the left here, you'll have this is the key art for Hotline Miami 2, but if a game had box art, you would be able to see the box art. The front of the box, these would be interactable buttons. So you can imagine, like, if front, back, and disc was written here, okay? Just imagine it. You could click the front of the box, see the front, click this, see the back of the box, click and see the disc art, all within the confines of this table. And then if you wanted to go even further, full game credits here on Moby Games. If the game had a physical paper manual, the manual scans would be up here. Obviously, Hotline Miami does not have one, so not applicable for this. But expect when we go and I go back and do it for Pokemon, I go back and I do it for Might and Magic, this structure where the table is split right down the middle, right side has at-a-glance information, left side has box art, will be, templatized around. And I'm trying to maintain that sense of template across all of the different pages in their own individual ways. And I'm still learning. I don't know everything about HTML. I don't really know much about HTML at all. I'm still figuring it all out. And so it's just a work in progress. So, but at the top of this stream, we took a look at, thank you, Rist, thank you. It's a lot of work, but I'm very, very proud of it. I think it's incredibly cool. I'm really looking forward to getting these into a place where when I make something like this and I can drag and drop the information of each title, right? I'm excited to then be able to plug in the coverage. Here's the Eurogamer article, here's the tweet, here's the teaser, I think it'll be really neat. But for now, at the top of this stream, we started looking at the Hotline Miami 2 wrong number timeline. I pulled this together by looking on Twitter, YouTube, Google, and doing very structured posts in specific time frames. So let me give you an example. If I were to do Hotline Miami 2 before Hotline Miami 2 before July 1st, 2014, but after June 1st, 2014. This is where you'll see pretty much everything that we're looking at right now. The dial tone trailer, the live gameplay demo of the level editor trailer, just fan art posts that you could then see on their Twitter, the official art from Hotline Miami 2, wrong number. Let it consume you. I've got that right here. Key art reveal. And that's kind of how I've been pulling this stuff together. You can do the same thing on YouTube, so you can sort YouTube videos in time frames. And so once I kind of exhausted June and July's stuff, I just moved the time frame. And I saw, is there anything really interesting in between July 1st and April 1st? Okay, they have a post July 25th from GameSpot, all right. We made a trailer in GTA, that's kind of fun. Some SoundCloud stuff, etc., etc., etc. Denatun teases life after Hotline. It's different, quote, but you'll know it's us. We find out more about Hotline Miami 2, the new level editor, and life after Wrong Number. I actually have this interview all set. But that's how I've been doing things. And that's how I, over the weekend, just kind of pulled together the information that we're digging through today. And one of the ones that I found through this method that I nerdy show, an interview from a media outlet called Nerdy Show, is, not something that crossed my radar by other means, but a really fun interview here.
Hey guys, it's Cap from Nerdy Show and Bleeding Cool. I'm coming to you from a trailer in the Devolver parking lot, and I'm with Dennis of Hotline Miami.
What's very funny about this is it's just...
I'm very excited that Hotline Miami 2
Ooh,
is
that's a
about
little
to be released.
funky, freaky looking.
I was a huge fan of the original, so what can we expect for the sequel?
More of everything. We want to stay true to the original and what people liked about it. So if you enjoy the first one, you will enjoy this one. I can promise that.
The songs from the original really just personified the gameplay in a lot of ways. They had a very symbiotic relationship. What went into the selection of those songs? Like, what were you looking for?
It was quite easy approach. We knew exactly what kind of vibe we wanted to have to it, like this pumping bass that will accomplish you with this dying repeat sequence, like again, and we wanted the music to work with that, so you almost get into a trance, like the music is like again basing, but also have this 80s 90s vibe to it. We not think like
not a good question,
video game music,
because this is all Hotline Miami 1 questions, right?
Found a song that sounded cool and just downloaded it or bought it from Bandcamp, or
but what I think is very fun about this
sent
interview,
a mail and asked if they can send us an MP3 of it, and then we just tried it in the game, and if it felt good, we tried to buy it.
The original game, it had a very finite story. What can gamers expect for Hotline Miami 2? It seems like that was all wrapped up. So what's next?
Yeah, when we did the first game, we had all this backstory.
That was cool. Did you see that?
What can gamers expect?
More interactable stuff in the world. Watch.
It seems like that was all wrapped up.
The television, bottom corner, just dead middle, bottom right corner of the room, dead middle of the screen.
So what's next?
Yeah,
you can break the TVs. You can break a whole bunch of stuff. If they're doing more interactable kind of things, that's cool. They had some of that in the first game.
So we're just giving you the whole idea, the whole universe. So it's things that happening before Hotline Miami 1, some things happen during, something takes place afterwards. But it's still going to be very vague, and you have to fill in the blanks yourselves. And
you've created a level editor so people can create their own Hotline Miami levels and maybe even their own Hotline Miami sequels, create their own games, because this is the last Hotline Miami.
Yeah, it felt like a cool thing to end with. Like, people have been asking for the editor since we released the first game. And now, since we are wrapping it up, it's cool to give the people who want more, so they can do it themselves and share it with each other. And, yeah, see who comes up with the best Hotline Miami 3.
All right, well, let's check out these.
Okay, so that's all this guy had, right? The last minute of this interview is so funny to me. There's still a minute and 11 seconds left. You ready to see where the nerdyshow.com takes this interview for the rest of this interview? Here we go.
All right, well, let's check out these cool tattoos. I see 2 Ninja Turtle tattoos, possibly Mutant League football.
Mutant League football, Turtles. This is my band's logo, but it's the Turtles ripoff.
Drum set fucking werewolf.
If you haven't listened to us, you should do. And it's also a game, the first game me and Jonathan did together. So just search for keyboard drum set fucking werewolf, and you can download it for free. And yeah, Mega Man
Skull.
Transformers, Locust, my favorite band. Some bionic fingers. Yeah, more Transformers, skateboard weapon. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, when can we expect to play Hotline Miami 2?
This year.
No quarter yet?
It's me too. It's a good interview question. It's a genuinely good. It's like it's a polar opposite. It's just a fun, like, can we get a little tattoo tour? You know, it'd be kind of fun.
Third quarter, that's what we're aiming for.
And now we know that his favorite band is Locust.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. If you want to check out more of our E3 videos and our daily podcasts, go to nerdyshow.com/E3 2014 and nerdyshow.com and bleedingcool.com is where you can find all of our coverage.
Okay. Where are we going from here? Let's see. Oh, here's a magazine cover that I searched high and low for. This is Games Magazine in France. It was a small boutique magazine. This was the 4th issue. I think they only got like 9 or so issues out until they folded. I have been searching high and low for any scans of this magazine. I came up empty. If anybody is the type that likes to do a little bit of digging and tries to find stuff as far as companion material, this is my call to action. This is as close as I got. I found the description of the magazine. They had an interview with Daisuke Amaya, the creator of Cave Story, which is really cool. And here is the highest res version of the cover that I could find. But aside from that, I came up empty as far as finding anything here for Hotline Miami 2's cover. But the key art, let me consult my French network. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. If you find anything, let me know. I gotta tell you, it's a lot harder than you would think to search for a magazine just called Games. It's very hard to search Games Magazine French and try and find it. But if you can pull it off, more power to you. Now, something came up as we were looking at stuff here. Hang on. This official Hotline Miami 2 wrong number artwork. So this is earlier than what I had. Okay. So this one is June 11th, 2014 is when the key art was revealed. That's good to know. I actually had it tagged later than that. So the one that I came up with was from a month later, which was July 10th. But good to know. I actually let me go ahead and just plug this into my timeline, as the actual key art reveal is June 11th, 2014, which is the day after the E3 press conference. Makes sense. Okay, good. We saw the Games Magazine France cover. Here's another Game Reactor interview that I think is pretty good. I'm going to close all this out. And again, we got this dial tone trailer, this new trailer, showing a lot more characters than we saw in the previous year. So I love this dodge roll character.
All right, I'm here with Dennis from
Here we go.
Dennis talking about Hotline Miami 2. First, I got to ask you, how's your E3 been?
It's good. I haven't been inside, so I'm having a blast.
See, we're a little bit different. Whilst most of the interviews we have done being on the show floor or in booths or anything like that, we're actually in a very nice sort of parking lot just opposite E3. Smoky barbecues on. It's pretty idyllic, I have to say, and I love the setup in here. It's fantastic. Now,
there's the
what we've
key
just
art
seen,
behind them.
is your new announcement, which is a map editor for the game. So you guys have basically just went, you know what? You do Hotline Miami 3.
Yeah, that's people have been asking for it since the first game, so we are all, been working hard on making it as easy as possible, which took a long time. But yeah, it's a nice finish for us because Hotline Miami 2 is the last Hotline Miami that we are gonna make. So it's like, okay, we're done. You can take it, do whatever you want with it. It's nice.
It's a nice sort of handover point. I mean, because this is turned into such a phenomenal classic, basically, that does feel like you're handing off. This is a thank you to the fans, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Now, with the map editor, can you just sort of walk us through how it works, how it operates, how you guys have sort of got around designing it?
Yeah, we tried to make it as simple as possible. Very basic paint vibe to it. So you have a workspace and there's 5 steps that you're going through. And it's like you first build your room.
Really, I can't stress enough how cool this level editor is.
And it's pretty much just drag and drop. And all the things you need to know is always on screen. Yeah, just trying to make it simple, not scare people off with this crammed interface or anything like that. But we are hoping to add tweaks as much as possible for people that want to dig deeper.
Now, you say, so you got the workspace and you can't create anything bigger than that workspace. So even if it's a multi-layered building, those rooms all have to fit within that workspace.
Yeah, it's important that people know that it's a Hotline Miami level editor and not a top-down shooter. So you can't make it like a free roaming or a sneak game. It's always going to be that fast-paced, build small rooms, make puzzles, and work with the AI of the enemies. So.
Okay, excellent. Now, I mean, how are you guys feeling? How do you feel yourself, sort of because you said at the start, this is you guys signing off. I mean, what's your thoughts on the series, on the franchise now? I mean, looking back on Hotline Miami.
I'm super proud of it. First and foremost, we have been making both the first game and the second one exactly the game that we wanted to make. Don't really care so much about what people think. Just making it personal and interesting for us. And yeah, the first game, it was such a surprise that people actually enjoyed it that much. Because we thought okay, some may think it's cool like we do. So, but it was nice to see that so many people have been waiting for a game like that.
Is there that sort of is there that sort of pressure on you guys when you're making Hotline Miami 2 that you have to better the first one? But because you were saying there, it's what you guys want. So it's very much like, well, we know what we're going to do and we're just going to do it. Simple as.
Yeah, a lot of the characters and the story elements and stuff like that was already planned out when we did the first game. Just me and Jonathan expanding on the story for us. Just so we always felt like if the first game works, people buy it. We could do a sequel and wanted to make.
So you guys had from very off, even before the first game was out, you had an idea of restructuring it so it was multiple characters, multiple masks.
Yeah, it's more like just us fleshing out the story. Because the story is very vague, but we have a lot of details and a lot of thoughts into how we make it.
Okay. And music's such a huge part of this experience. What are you guys doing for the second one?
More.
Simple. It's more. Done.
Oh. Yeah, so there we have a lot of guys coming back that we like, and we have a lot of new people that either have sent us tracks over mail or some people have like tweeted like, oh, this is like a Hotline Miami song. So, but it's a lot of them. So we have pretty much one song for each stage this time around, and trying to work more with the music and the characters to give each character a certain vibe with the music. So some of them have more like tweeted and does tracks over.
I think I have a better way of describing what I meant as far as the twin stick versus mouse shoot. And it dawned on me right
people have like tweeted
here.
Like, oh, this
when you watch this spin around,
is like a Hotline Miami song.
I think it's a failing of me sometimes with as far as like depth perception can be concerned. Because, and let me show you, because now I'm glad it clicked in my brain after watching that. If we are, whoa, sorry, that was very loud. No intro. Okay. I figured it out. I think the biggest point of trouble for me is if you're dealing with it with a twin stick, and I'll have to, maybe I should grab a controller. Hang on, give me 1 second. Because now I'm curious for myself. Hang on. Where is my controller? Okay, perfect. Here's my issue. Here's why it's tough for me. If I'm here, I have a hard time, even with this, sometimes recognizing if I am right on line with being able to take that guy out, right? If we swap over, I can go further than the confines of the right stick, and you can do it when you're in this mode, where you can get that depth across, right? When you're holding down the left trigger. But when I'm playing here in just the normal mode without the extension, I can get a better sense of where I need to aim, like with a gun. So let me grab a gun really fast. Okay. Okay. Now, hey, what's up with Game Before? Hang on. That was a little bit of the tune. Thank you so much for 32 months. Thank you. Okay, now, I hope that he doesn't get aggroed. So I'm here, right? I feel like I could miss this shot, whereas if I just used the mouse, I can know, okay, where I'm aiming way out to here, I have more room. And so you have to rely more on the lock-on with a controller because you don't have as much personal ability to gauge depth when you're on the twin stick. Unless you're doing the long-range lock-on thing, that's what it is for me. That's what it is. Because I can aim at this guy from this far away here. Whereas if I'm on twin stick, that's the extent of my longitudinal, which is not the right word, but you know what I mean. The length at which I can aim off screen gets kneecapped right here. And so I can't go all the way out here and go, okay, so if I shoot from right here, that's going to hit him. Obviously, it means less with a shotgun. But if I had a pistol, for example, or if I'm trying to throw a weapon, right? If I'm here it's a little more difficult, and I don't even know how you throw with this. Oh, that's your button to throw. Okay. It's a little more difficult for me to gauge my sense of distance. Whereas I can kind of get a better feel for myself going like this and being able to aim right at him as opposed to having to aim like this, and am I there? Am I not? And you kind of got to go into this mode to really make sure of it. And you get by that by doing the lock-ons for sure. Well, that was just silly. But that's what it is for me. And that, honestly, that was silly, but it kind of was an example. Because I just wasn't exactly locked on where I actually wanted to be. That's where it throws me off. And I'm glad that I saw that one shot of the trailer to be like, that's what it is. That's what it is. Because with this, if I shoot from here, right? I can't know for certain if I'm clearing that doorway, right? If I go like this, you know, you kind of have to eyeball and make up. Like, am I going to clear the doorway from there? Whereas if I have the mouse look, I can go, I'm aiming through and obviously you then run into problems too, but you just get a little deeper sense. And I'm glad that I landed on it. I'm glad that I landed on where it was, because that's what it is. It's a little less so. Mouse mode equal easier. We were talking about it because Dennis, one of the two guys of Denaton Games, and what's up, Cookie Jar? One of the two guys of Denaton Games prefers controller, and it got conversations going back and forth here. Where are you a controller person? Are you a mouse and keyboard person? And the differences between the two. And I do find mouse easier, but I was having a hard time really locking on to why. And I figured it out. And it's because of you can better gauge your distances. You can better gauge your distances with a mouse. Like, whereas if I do the same thing, I kind of have a little bit more of an understanding where I can lead my shots a little bit and kind of know the flow of the space a little bit better, because I can aim around and give myself a little bit more room to justify my actions on I don't know what axis that would be. You just get more range of depth. You do get to lounge max with a controller. That is very true. You're a keyboard and mouse Dark Souls player? All right, well, that might be a bridge too far. But, yeah, for me, this feels like a mouse and keyboard game adapted to a controller and not vice versa. And I couldn't figure out what the reason for that was, and I landed on it. And it's because of the freedom you get of depth. Right? Like, if I'm on a right stick, right? We're back to the controller. I'm like stuck to here. And I can't really, if I go to the mouse and keyboard, I kind of get more room to kind of go, okay, so there's a guy here, there's a guy up there, right? There's a guy here, there's a guy here. Okay, I gotta kill that dog. Next, someone's gonna say they're a CS2 controller player. Hey. You never know. All right, that's my thought. And I couldn't pinpoint it until seeing
you have a lot
this
of
shot,
new
right?
People that either have sent us tracks over mail, or some people have like tweeted like
this
oh,
one
is
right
like a
here.
Hotline Miami song.
I saw him so tightly spin around.
Like, oh, this.
So he's aiming up here, and you can see the very tight spin. And I thought it was a controller player when I was looking at it. It's not. You can tell on second glance that it's not. But when I saw that, I was like, okay, that's what it is. That's what it is. Because like this guy, here in
have
this
a lot of
level, in this green
new
sewer
people
level.
that either have
You can
sent
see he's
us tracks
aiming
over
way off into the distance. And so you kind of get that's what it
mail,
is.
or some people
But
have like
developer of the
tweeted.
game is a controller guy. So there is no better or
This is
worse.
like
It's
a
just
Hotline
it's all
Miami song.
personal preference.
But it's a lot of them. So we have pretty much one song for each stage this time around.
Swear
We're
by it,
trying to
Riss.
give
I swear by it.
Trying to work more with the music and the characters to give each character a certain vibe with the music. So some of them one song for each
Important
stage
interview
this
moment.
time around.
Listen.
Some people have like tweeted
Music
like,
stuff.
This is like a Hotline
Lock
Miami
in.
song. So, but it's a lot of them. So we have pretty much one song for each stage this time around, and trying to work more with the music and the characters to give each character a certain vibe with the music. So some of them have more like horror movie vibe to their songs, and some have more like action, cool vibe to it, like guitar solos and stuff like that.
Now, this originated on PC, obviously. Now, for myself,
Now that's cool. You're further cementing each of the characters' widely disparate styles, both in terms of storytelling and mechanics, by bringing in a musical audio element where when you go into Pig Butcher's levels, you're getting like a slasher score. You're getting, John Carpenter. When you go into the Fans, you're probably getting Hotline Miami 1, because all they want to do is just relive Hotline Miami 1. As you go into each of these characters, you're absorbing different styles in terms of the audio, which is such a part and parcel part of the experience. And it's cool. It's
personally,
cool.
I got into it through the PS Vita version, and it has basically stayed on my Vita ever since. I mean, how you guys approach the sort of, are you guys even considering like the sort of multi-format approach, or is it you design it and that's all you have to worry about?
No, we design it for PC when we make it for PC, but also we designed it with controller right away. So I think it's quite straightforward, the whole.
Done. Well, yeah, as I say. Now, in sort of wrapping up, then, I mean, what's the roadmap? You leave this gorgeous area, you head back home to continue work on it. What's the roadmap for the next few weeks ahead?
1 week of vacation, and then it's just back to work, six days a week, all week, all hours within 1 day.
And have you got thoughts about what you're going to do next once you say goodbye to Hotline Miami?
Yeah.
I guess we kind of.
No. Yeah, but we have a whole new franchise. It's gonna be totally different, but when you see it, you will know it's us.
Excellent. So, always good. Listen, pleasure talking to you. All the best.
Thank you.
I like that. I like the Game Reactor interviews. I think that they're good. I think the Game Reactor has a good team. That was the same team that had the interview where the guy went line by line down the thing and asked all the questions that you weren't allowed to ask. I like the guys there. I hope that they're still doing game stuff. I have no idea. Here's a post that I think is fun, not because I want to dig into it at all, but because I think that it speaks to Hotline Miami's design intent from Denaton Games. And that is delicious Hotline Miami 2 speculation. What do you think of it all? And posting this conspiracy theory board of all these zoom in parts where it's like, Tony mask? Or is it a friend of Jacket? Is this? No, it's not that. It's got to be this. It's got to be on Dennis's t-shirt in the interview at Game Reactor. There's a guy in an army helmet. It can't be the green hat janitor. It has to be maybe the character from the army. Oh, okay. Zoom into this, and you get all of these. And mind you, the game is not out yet. The game is not close to out yet. It's been shown by appointment only at like 2 conferences and was playable at 2 conferences, right? Like really locked in, reading into all of who? Police? 50 Blessings? The army? Most likely the police as far as we know. Hang on. This, if we look at this shot, that's him, and there is the police outside. Really, really, really sick. My Martin might know Jacket, or he isn't in a dream and actually killed the and then ran back to his house, or Jacket has blah, 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 blah. That's all I got. I know there must be a few more characters. Army person is still unknown. I consume this kind of content in the months leading up to Fallout 4, but what I think really resonates with doing it with this is that the game comes out and establishing the story still feels like this, right? Establishing the story of Hotline Miami 1 feels like this. You know what I mean? It's like they've made the entire Hotline Miami saga feel like push pins on a cork board, trying to understand, like, is Helmet the real guy? Is Jacket the real guy? What's one big issue I have with a friend of mine is I think the Jake section takes place before and after. I do have my reasons. It takes a couple playthroughs to get it all. At least it did for me. Like really locking in on the narrative, I think is super, super, super cool and probably felt so good. It was probably like just such a rush of momentum of development to receive and see something like that and see this zoom in and have people, because I gotta tell you, I didn't notice that that's a tiger and a zebra up there. I don't think I would have looked at that and seen the animals. I just see fire. It's a really good piece of art. Even if I have a very high quality version of this. I have, hang on. Hotline Miami key art, no logo. Here is a $44.99 by $61.22 version. I mean, you can get in there. Yep, that's absolutely a face, and I never, ever, ever would have noticed. There's your zebra. There's your bear. I mean, that's maybe an eye? I can't, yeah, because that's a mouth there. So that's somebody or something burning. Oh, there's another face. Is that the boss from the first Hotline Miami? The mob boss? Prillin? Racket Gatan blood type B+. Don't know what that means. I mean, it's a name, but like I can't tell even what that. Oh, that's the swans. Those are the swans. Got it. So we're looking at the fans. We're looking at the swans. We're looking at the tiger. We're looking at the zebra. We're looking at the bear. Those are our 4 fans. Okay. We have this guy and maybe if that's is that an earring? Is that longer hair? Is that a girl character? I'm not sure. And then you've got this guy up here. Cool. And I never would have noticed. I never, ever, 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 ever would have noticed. My eye just does not gravitate towards that. I look at the focused image and I go, the rest of it's fire. Really cool. I mean, that's a gorgeous piece of art. But I never would have thought that these are 2 swans. And so to that end, it's just such a nice it's got to be so fulfilling from a work perspective to have somebody really get in there. I think all of the art is done by their buddy that is also the guy that is portrayed in the game as the shopkeeper, the character that they call Beard, that's always at like the gas station and the video store and the bar and all that kind of, the guy who talks like this, that we had his voice like and so is this him? The guy does have a beard. I don't know. All right, I got another post from Twitter here. Ganondorf gets his PAX badge signed by D-Punk TW, which is Dennis, at the Hotline Miami booth. Shit's getting real. I needed this one. This is so funny to me. But you can really zoom in and see. So they had t-shirts for $20, a pin set for $10, and I don't know what that says at the bottom because Ganondorf's hand is on it, but they got this shirt for sale and they got this shirt for sale. This one's already really selling out. This one's got a few left. They still got a small. I could get a small. Just sipping on a Red Bull. Nice. Whole bunch of post-it notes. I wonder what all of them say. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? And that was PAX. So we're into September of 2014. At PAX 2014, there is an interview. I don't want to watch that interview. That interview's okay. The most exciting thing about this interview is that it's from an outlet called Game Church, which is a video game studio or a media studio for games that is like Christian based. And this guy has like multiple he's moved on and he has a new, I think he wrote a book called let me see. Love Thy Nerd is one of his projects. And I think that's him there. That guy. I think that's him. Bring the love of Jesus to nerds and nerd culture through thoughtful content, intentional community, and relational outreach. Is that him? Matt Warmbier? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the guy in this video.
This is Drew Dixon from Game.
No, Drew Dixon. Hang on. I'm going to find him. Know Thy Gamer. Sorry. Know Thy Gamer is a book that he wrote. A Parent's Guide to Video Games. Offers a guide to parents that allows them to understand the gaming world and their kids' interest in it through a Christian lens. And I think it's very funny that he used to work for a website called Game Church, whose
Church.com, and we are here at the Indie Mega
logo is
and I'm here with Dennis from
Jesus holding an Xbox 360 controller and a Xbox 360 headset. I think this is so funny.
Not that many bugs, a lot of people, so it's great.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I am personally really excited to be talking to Dennis because I kind of obsessed over Hotline Miami 1. It was one of those games that just kind of got under my skin, and I couldn't stop playing it for a long time, and I still go back to it and still get that bug. And
You're buying it?
Again.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Where is it again? Hang on, I can get a link to it. Did you already get it? It's on Amazon. You can find it on Amazon. It's just a trade paperback. Let's read the back of this really fast. There has never been an influence on our kids like the video gaming world. With all the contents kid can access, keeping up with what they see has become more difficult than ever. Still, there has not been an influence quite like video games. These games once moved blue hedgehogs from one level to the next. Now games can show secret societies, galaxies, bloodthirsty aliens, dark forces, and ancient kingdoms. Video games allow us to explore beautiful worlds, but can also expose us to graphic violence and sexual content. They can remedy rainy days, but can trap their attention for untold amounts of time. This leaves many parents with a difficult decision: ignore the problems or ban them from their homes altogether. Co-founder of Love Thy Nerd, Drew Dixon offers a better way. Know Thy Gamer offers the opportunity to understand our kids and the games they play. In this book, Drew guides parents to understand and love gamers through a Christian lens. Tennessee co-founder. So he is a co-founder of Love Thy Nerd. He's just not, he doesn't work for him anymore. So I was on the right track with this website. I knew he had something to do with it. Anyway, long story short. What year is this? This book or this interview? Which one? The interview is 2014. The book is 2022. The book, if I had to just make a guess, the book was probably a COVID thing. You know? The book was probably like I should write a book. I should write a book about this. It'll absolutely have a Minecraft chapter. Chicken jockey.
Is that something you think about when you make games, of like kind of getting under people's skin and giving them this there's a real sense of feeling, and the music and just everything kind of comes together in this way that's, I think, for me, Hotline Miami stayed with me for a long time after I played it. Is that something you think about when you make games?
Game Church.
I mean, both me and Jonathan really like when
It's so funny.
You know, when you see a movie and after the movie you like keep thinking about it and you need to talk to your friends about it. Like, it sticks with you. You have to, you know, think about it for a long time and add all the blanks and stuff like that, which we like. And for Hotline Miami, we just made a game that we couldn't buy ourselves.
So tell us a little bit about what to expect from Hotline Miami 2. What's what's going to make it distinct from the first game?
I think Jesus would
So
play
we're doing
Hotline Miami,
the,
yeah.
The sequel, the way they did sequels back in the days, like with Mega Man. You know, you stick to the formula, and because people liked it a lot, so we didn't feel like we needed to change it that much. But just adding more, people want like more stories, and this game was planned out during the first one, so we always felt like we wanted to make a sequel to give you like the big picture. So just more of everything, more characters. They play very differently, and you have to play as all of them. Instead of in the first game, you can pick one mask and just go with the same tactic. Now you have to adapt a bit.
Hotline Miami is an incredibly violent game, right? But when I played it, I felt like maybe it was more aware of that fact than most violent games. Is that something? I mean, I'm thinking in particular.
That's
when
a
you
Game
finish
Church
a
question.
level, and then you have to walk back to the car, and it's this sort of like moment of release where you realize everything you just managed to frantically accomplish.
That's so Game Church.
Is that something you guys think about making even though it's an incredibly
Yeah, Nancy, you didn't notice Gamer Jesus? I brought him up earlier. Why is their logo Jesus holding a 360 controller and wearing a 360 headset? Oh, shout out to Game Church.
that you think? Did you process like making one that is sort of aware of that violence in a way?
Yeah, of course. But we didn't want to point fingers like this is bad. So when we did it, it was important to make the gameplay really fun. And you know, it's more like a cool racing game, puzzling game. It's like cool flashing points and combos, cool music. And then afterwards, you just take all of that away and you actually think about that you actually killed a bunch of people for points. So yeah, we thought about that a lot because we knew we were making a violent game, but we also wanted to make people think about why do they like violent games. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something like video games are trying to do a lot these days, is sort of like kind of tip our hat. Yeah, we're really violent, you know. But I think you guys pulled it off. Like, you actually pulled it off in a way that was thoughtful and powerful in a way. Like I said, it's one of those games that stuck with me for a long time. So anyway, I really appreciate Hotline Miami, and I appreciate you guys, and thanks for giving us some time today.
Yeah, thank you. Hope you'll like the sequel.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. It's on my radar for sure.
Shout out to Game Church. Okay, where is... I want this back up here. Sorry, I'm juggling a lot of stuff here. A lot of tabs open. Okay. So after PAX, after E3, after the key art being released, after everything, in October of 2014, Hotline Miami 2 is still going to need some final tweaks and polish. Expect to be ready for late 2014 or early 2015. So they pushed it back a little bit. Weird response. And then like, no, actually, I'm a fan. I actually, I didn't mean it. There's one thing that I want to touch on that I think is very important, and I don't know when it came. I might be okay. No. This is we're right in line. Very important part of the equation here. August 17th, 2014. In a way that people don't necessarily know how this happened, okay? A YouTuber that goes by the name Rare, Lenny Reviews, okay, posted this on YouTube. Now, this has 286,985 views. One way or another, they got their hands on Hotline Miami 2, wrong number. And a full, open leak of an hour and a half of the game was posted online. Now, this was a big enough deal that Denethon Games commented on it. Devolver Digital has a comment on this video. The top comment is, despite the description, this does not contain spoilers for the entire game. I can only imagine the blow that something like this could and would have had. Right? It's gotta be such a bummer, man. Such a bummer. To be working on this and celebrating it and getting everything and doing it the whole way that they wanted it rolled out. And it's not just this. Other stuff got leaked, and it was like a big thing at the end of August. But yeah, whole bunch of the game made its way online. And, I don't think it's really addressed. I doubt it was Greg. But I know you don't think it was Greg. I just want to be clear. I don't think you're being serious. But basically what I'm saying is, let's not dogpile on Greg anymore. I feel bad. I just don't like how he handled that interview. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't know anything about him. I don't want to be labeled as the world's #1 Greg hater. I just think that interview was unprofessional. And not in a friendly banter, friends hanging out way. I thought it was unprofessional in a patronizing way. Because he's got Ken Levine and Peter Molyneux and, Vince Zampella lined up in the next couple of hours, but he has to start here with this guy full of tattoos that have swear words that IGN forgot to blur out. But yeah, whole bunch got leaked. Big bummer. It's something that should just be addressed just in the mix of this, just because that kind of stuff really sucks to me. Really sucks. And I should say that leaked version made its way online, and there was a part of me for a moment that was like, we just watched the E3 coverage and then we could play the E3 coverage ourselves thanks to the leak. But I decided against it. I thought it could have been kind of fun, and I would do it if it was an officially released demo, but I don't think that it's putting the game's best foot forward necessarily to show it off in a setting that is not a controlled environment like a convention and be like, here it is, the first time anybody got to play. And I probably could have spun it and made it something interesting, but I didn't. So the game got delayed. The game got pushed back. It won't be making it until late 2014, early 2015. Again, as we know, it made it out in March of 2015. I thought this was pretty funny. This was somebody posted this video.
Hotline 2 is coming soon. Here's the release date.
Psych! That's the wrong number!
Like, this is the most fun way you could do this, right?
Hotline 2 is coming soon. Here's the release date.
Psych! That's the wrong number!
Because I'm super hot, boy. Eurogamer. Interview, October 21st, 2014. We talked to Hotline co-creator Dennis Viden about the long-awaited sequel to 2012's most brutal and brilliant indie shooter. I'm going to go just ahead to the questions and statements. I can read it. You know what? I'll read it. You enter a building, you kill everyone inside. You leave, you get pizza. Ultraviolent and subversive as hell, Hotline Miami was one of the most notorious and acclaimed indie releases of 2012. A blood-soaked, retro-tinged collision of Grand Theft Auto and Nicholas Winding Refn's Drive. Created by the Swedish studio Jonathan Soderstrom and Dennis Viden, the game follows an unnamed hitman, later known by fans as Jacket, carrying out a series of viscera-smeared murder missions for a panel of masked lunatics. As the action progresses, reality caves in, the levels and story sequences becoming even more disturbed. Remaining constant, however, is the super slick top-down action. Most gunfights are over in milliseconds, and on trickier levels with multiple enemies, players often have to restart dozens of times to get through every bullet-riddled confrontation. For the past 2 years, Soderstrom and Viden, aka Dennaton Games, have been working on a sequel, subtitled Wrong Number. It's set in the bloody aftermath of the original title, but in a postmodern twist, it seems the characters are aware of Hotline Miami as a product. This time around, we're focusing on telling the whole story, says Viden. In the first game, the character was kind of blank, which worked at the time, but for this one we have a lot of playable characters, so we want to give them more personality. We're trying to tell the story in a different way. It's still going to be very vague, though. We give you the whole picture, but you have to put it together. This time around, there's Pig Butcher, the star of a disturbing 90s horror movie based on the incidents depicted in the first game. Then there's the fans, a group of devout Hotline Miami fanatics who work themselves into a copycat frenzy of violence. Once again, the Dennaton team seems interested in toying... No, this is 2014. This reads like a 2013. Hang on. This reads very 2013 to me. No, they got the dial tone trailer. Okay. Okay. Because I skipped ahead. In a playable demo of the game shown this year. That wasn't this year, that was last year. Viden, it seems, still believes that the scene has a narrative role, later telling the escapist there's a meaning to these two characters, there's a lot more to them than just this scene. You get a bigger picture when you play the whole game. When I asked about the status of the sequence and whether or not it would figure in the final game, he would only say, we are still working on how to present it in the best possible way. But then, Dennaton has always avoided direct interpretation of its game, allowing players to perceive the original as just a mindless blaster if they wanted. The whole idea was, if you want a cool arcade game and don't want to be lectured, you can skip all that and have a good time. It was important that the game was fun with flashy pointing indicators, cool combos. When you finish a level and realize what you've done, it works so much better that way, rather than making the horror more explicit. When you play the level, it's more of an obstacle course. You're killing for points and combos. There's nothing else that you're after. Indeed, in terms of mechanics, Hotline Miami has more in common with classic scrolling shooters like R-Type than GTA. The focus is on Twitch-based controls, combos, and one-shot, one-kill encounters. It's killing as puzzle solving. It's the stuff wrapped around the game that lends an air of postmodern commentary. The weird setup for each mission, yeah, this is just reading as the first game. I'm sorry, I don't really like this. Fans started to theorize over every detail, the identity of the gangsters, the over-friendly man who greets Jacket, the meaning of the mask that Jacket wears, the contents of his apartment. I loved that, exclaims Veden. All this stuff, like things moving around in Jacket's apartment. It was nice to see people taking the effort to figure out those details. It's something we're working hard on for the sequel, telling the story within the environment. We're going all in, trying to give every level some story elements. We're not telling you everything, but we want to make it interesting for the player to look around and try to figure stuff out. We will be doing that. I am really looking forward to that. We're doing really cool stuff with how each level connects. We're keeping the intros and outros, but some are the same when you switch characters. You can play a level as one character, then maybe later you've come back and play it again as someone else. Most games hold the player's hand all the time, he groans. When you're almost dead, there's always a health pack around the corner. When you're out of ammo, you get a new gun. Most AAA games are trying to make a movie. When you die, you have to go through 10 cinematic sequences just to get back in. But it's not bad to die. Back in the old days, games were like, you're dead, let's go again. That's what we want. We want players to be reckless. I'm stoked. I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to this. Let's take a look at a little bit of merch that they were teasing. The official Hotline Miami shirts, posters, and pins are available on I Am 8-Bit. This is a cool shirt. This is from Hotline Miami 1, right? As well as this, the pins from Hotline Miami 1, 3 of the masks. And then November 14th of 2014, we've got the Devolver Digital lineup at PlayStation Experience. If anybody remembers PlayStation Experience, they tried to kick it off in 2014. I don't know if they still do it. I think they've given up. This was supposed to be like an end of the year mini E3 celebration for all things PlayStation in Vegas. Is it still going on? They ended in 2018, so it got 4 years. In North America. 2014, 15, 16, 17. Oh, so 4 years. And in the first year, we did get 2014 Devolver Digital. I don't know why they're not listed here, but we did get Hotline Miami 2. Hang on. Where is it? The follow-up to everyone's favorite top-down kill-em-up, Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number is set to release in early 2015 with more action and face-melting music than your PS4 or PS Vita can be expected to handle. Come on by the Devolver Digital booth to try your hand at the latest demo and prepare yourself for the pain of repeated failure. And grab the original Hotline Miami on PS4, PS3, and PS Vita to see what the fuss is all about. The Las Vegas odds on it being awesome? 2.5 to 1. Whoa! Okay. Remember how I said earlier that it's crazy seeing these pictures of old conventions and going like, they were allowed to get in there with that? Wow, times have changed. Look at this one. There's no way. There's no way. There's absolutely not a shot, no pun intended, at excited for the first ever Australian banned Caprolog. Yeah, we're going to get to that in a little bit. No orange tip. No orange tip. Nope. I mean, it's a pixel gun, right? It's just, it looks like the Hotline Miami guns, but pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. And that very, very, very nearly is it for 2014. There is a vinyl, a 3-disc vinyl available for pre-order for Hotline Miami 2. It now goes for like $400 on eBay if you're curious. It comes with a phone home, phone card, digital download code for the Steam version of the game, and a 3-disc vinyl with art from the artist that does all the Hotline Miami art. Really cool. But yeah, very, 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 very expensive now. This is a fun one. You ready? I have to actually upload 2 pictures here in order for this to work. I need to do this one. So hang on. I need to do this one. Okay. We remember this. The environmental detail shot that they said zoom in and really look. There's so much stuff going on. Now, I haven't done this yet, but on December 27th, 2014, a year and a half later, a year and a half after they initially tweeted this picture, they tweeted this picture. One of the screenshots on the Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number Steam page has been updated because it's different now. I am curious to see how much more they put in there. And I didn't look. They're not the same resolution, unfortunately, so they're gonna be bouncing back and forth like this. But now they've got a goat head on the table. They've got a DJ here along with the band. They got a couple people around on this side playing around. They moved the keyboard off to the other side. This room is still empty. We're still looking at the same 4 fans there. They moved. No, the boxes are still the same. They put some more stuff on the ground. More people at the bar for sure. The fur rug, yeah, that's like throwing up confetti, right? Something outside. I don't know what that is. Let's see if we can get in there. That looks like just a grill. Somebody grilling outside, right? Didn't that exist in this? No, you can't see it there. So the desire to really make a living inhabited space is a real important concept for them in this game. And I think it's going to be really exciting to go into Hotline Miami 2 with that in mind. So much so that they put out this picture and then a year and a half later tweeted again saying, hey, actually we have more in that shot now that we want to show. It just kind of goes to show how important it is for them. The chairs look way better, right? Like you got these weird knocked over on their side chairs. They put all the chairs up. It's just I'm totally into it, and I can't wait to dig in to just the nature of that discovery as we play and really taking some time in the levels and looking around. Our scores are probably going to be pretty bad because I'm going to be going nice and slow through each of these levels. So don't expect A+ the first time through. Okay. January 2nd, 2015. From PC Gamer, this is the making of Hotline Miami 2. This was tweeted out by Denaton Games as like, this is the big one. You know, we did a full thing about the making of Hotline Miami 2 through PC Gamer. Take a look at it here. Created by a Swedish 2-man team of Jonathan Cactus Squid Soderstrom and Dennis Veden, Hotline Miami topped Game of the Year lists in 2012 due to its addictive action, tight game mechanics, and effortlessly cool aesthetic. The ultra-violent blend of classic Grand Theft Auto, Robotron, and hell, even a bit of Rainbow Six's open and clear murdering. Yeah, absolutely. Put their 2-man studio, Denaton Games, on the map as one of the most exciting indie developers. As Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number approaches, the duo talk to me through their backgrounds and making the sequel. I have a band called Fucking Werewolf, and I had an idea for a long time that I would like to make a music video game for it. I started hanging out with Jonathan and his brother. He was making games, so I approached him and asked if he wanted to make this game with me, and he said he would do it on the one condition that I made all the graphics, because he didn't want to make it all himself. So that was the first time I ever did pixel art. We made that game, and it was really fun together, so we kept on going from there. Dennaton is truly independent, punk rock game studio. Just the two of them, even after the success of the first game, and they still work from home rather than having an office. Throughout the interview, they repeatedly mentioned that Hotline Miami is a game they made for themselves, and that is the game that they wanted to make, with no outside influences. They're the Ian McKay to Notch's Henry Rollins. So it's very funny sentence to read a decade removed. It seems like an odd pairing, as Whedon had no prior experience in making games. 0. By this point, Soderstrom had already made, by his own estimation, about 50 games before he started working with Whedon, and I recommend that you check out the wild shoot-'em-up Clean Asia and the Lynchian creepy as hell Mondo games. From the first time I played a game, Soderstrom says, which was when I was 8, it was Super Mario, I always wanted to play as the enemies instead of Mario, because I thought he was a silly character. Once I got older, I realized it might actually be possible to make a game, so I decided to just give it a try. He reckons that the first game he made was probably when I was 14. I tried to make it in Macromedia Flash, but I gave up because I couldn't figure out how to do programming. When I got into high school, I was 16 or something, I started experimenting with Game Maker, which is an application which allows you to make games without doing any code, so I could concentrate on ideas. It seemed like a lot of fun to create games, creating your own worlds. I made a game about a cucumber with a head that jumped over a ball. Then I made a game about spitting on children. They weren't very good. Soon I started thinking it would be fun for other people to play my games, so I started going onto online forums and uploading my games there. I got a lot of response to it, so I just kept doing it. It's no secret that the eventual release of Hotline Miami on Steam wasn't the smoothest of launches. Bugged achievements, rough controller support, and in some cases the game wouldn't run at all. The duo chalked this up to an admitted lack of experience when it came to shipping an actual full release of a video game, some publisher pressure, and simply running out of money. Obviously, this is something Dennaton are doing their utmost to avoid for the sequel. First off, we had never released a game for cash, really, and if a game is for free and it doesn't work, no one will let you know, Whedon explains. So we didn't know anything about the problems Game Maker had with a new DirectX and stuff like that because we never got any feedback. So when we released the game, we saw that it didn't run at all on Windows 8. It was very hectic at the end, and we were out of cash. With the game patched up, broad acclaim, and impressive sales translated into unique cult status, Hotline Miami has an enviable reputation, with its memorable iconography and deliberately obtuse story justifiably provoking a lot of conversation, not to mention demand for a follow-up. The sequel has a much more solid base to work with. In fact, Hotline Miami 2 actually started life as an expansion pack for the original. When we realized the expansion pack was going to be bigger than the first game, we changed it to a full sequel, Soderstrom says. We also wanted to make the editor and other cool stuff, and that took a lot longer than expected, Whedon adds. We also wanted to call it the sequel, because with expansion packs, I find it's the same formula. But when you do a sequel, it has to be very innovative nowadays, pretty much a whole new game. We wanted to do a sequel like they did with sequels back in the day, for people who actually enjoyed the first game and want more, like with Mega Man. So we felt like we should call it Hotline Miami 2. Stick to our guns and just give people that like the first game another game that they'll enjoy. Not just trying to get a bigger audience, but making a game for us and people who liked the first one. It will, however, be a more fleshed out and varied experience than the first game. The story of the original, the split narrative between Biker and Jacket, is left intentionally vague. Neither Whedon nor Soderstrom is willing to diverge which is the canon story, even going to extreme of banning the question from being asked in their interviews. Hell, the characters don't even officially have names. Biker and Jacket came from the fans community before being adopted by the Dennaton lads themselves. I like Helmet and Jacket, personally, because it attributes both of them to a piece of clothing. I like Helmet. I don't like calling him Biker. And I can do that because he doesn't have a name. Hotline Miami 2 features characters that have more clearly defined roles in the story, as well as their own unique abilities. The biggest inspiration for the second game is actually the first game, Whedon says. When we made the first one, we talked about all these backstories to the characters, fleshing out the universe more for us than the players. We always felt like we could make a second game by expanding this stuff. That was the biggest motivation for us. Soderstrom is quick to clarify that Hotline Miami 2 doesn't deviate from the original game's tone. There's still a big part of the game that's really vague, but part of it that is more set in stone, much clearer. Since there's 13 characters, we had to give them some kind of personality, otherwise they'd all be bland, Viden says. It worked for Jacket, but for Biker we added dialogue to make him different, so we're working on more stuff like that. The story is jumping between different times and settings, so you'll have to try and connect them. Jumping around why exactly, I ask? In this game, you're going to have to play as a load of different characters. There's going to be a level just for the fans, just the detective, just the Cobra guy, and you'll have to play as all of them. In the first game, people would just pick the Tony mask and play the whole game. So in this one, we're forcing you to adapt a bit more. You have to adapt to that character's ability. Like, for this character, I have to use this weapon. Or for this character, it's better to use guns. You know? Music is an integral part of the Hotline Miami experience. The soundtrack, a curated list of some exceptional electro artists, plays a huge part in the trance-like state you find yourself in as you hammer R to restart after an untimely death. As a game that shifted a good 300,000 copies on Steam, the original provided fairly major exposure for a lot of the artists included. It seems like a slot on that soundtrack to the sequel would be a pretty smart move for the up-and-coming musician. I think we got around 200 songs sent to us, Viden says, which was cool. Searching for music is really hard. There's loads of cool tracks we used. It's about 50-50. Music we found and music that approached us. 13 Sentinels confirmed? As much as the original game was recognized for its soundscape, it was celebrated and criticized still more for its intense graphic violence. For the sequel, that seems to have continued as a trend. Earlier in the year, a demo of the game was shown that featured a character known as Pig Butcher. After going through your typical Hotline Miami level, murdering everyone in sight, a post-level sequence showed this character threatening sexual assault before an off-screen director yells, "Cut!" revealing the whole sequence to be part of a movie based on the events of the first game. How meta. Perhaps, like the first game's portrayal of violence, this was an attempt to critique the objectification of female characters in video games, but a few writers, including Kara L. Ellison writing for this site, found it to be in poor taste, making use of an extreme topic to shock and, frankly, a bit crass. Denneton ended up removing the scene from the demo, but when asked if the controversy had affected the development of the game or any of the creative process, Soderstrom's answer was simply, no, not really. At the start of the game, there's an option to choose whether you want the game uncensored or not, Viden adds. It was stupid to have it in the demo, looking back. It doesn't really work if you can't continue playing and see how it works. One of the more interesting features is the level editor, which is apparently the #1 request from fans. It's not fully working yet. We need another week to work on the features that are missing. We haven't decided how far we want to take it. It would be cool to add custom graphics and stuff, but then you get these kind of problems, like what kind of content users can add to the game, like swastikas or whatever, so we're not sure we want to do that. We do want to make it so you can create your own storyline, like a campaign. We also want to make it as easy as possible for users to create their own levels so you don't have to be good at programming to make anything with an editor. It's on an MS Paint level. Another thing that fans were asking was the addition of multiplayer, but that's something that has been left out. After all, the Denneton duo are determined to make games for themselves. The breakneck pace of the game simply wouldn't work with 2 players, so cooperative killing sprees are out of the question. It's hard to keep that press R to restart, die, repeat with 2 characters, Viden says. Do both characters die, or if one character dies, does the other player have to wait? That, he says, would, quote, break the whole hypnotic vibe of Hotline Miami. Hotline Miami recently got bumped from 2014 to early next year. We're in the final stages of our work, Viden says, and then there's going to be a lot of testing and bug fixing. We've been very close to being finished for a long time, but we also discussed a lot of stuff that we didn't have time to make for the first one, like menus and how to design them so they work well in the game. We made our own achievement list because we didn't like how Steam's own achievement notification had weird colors from the game on them. We wanted to make everything in the game cohesive. This is the last Hotline Miami because we're cramming everything we have in there. I don't think we can take it any further after this. It's interesting that the duo should hint at the end of the Hotline Miami universe. Providing the game is as or more successful than the original, where does the studio progress from here? I'm interested as to whether the size of their 2-man team restricts them from going as far as they would like. We talked about it a bit, Soderstrom Hedges. We want to keep it just the two of us, but maybe contracting someone to do something in 3D or whatever, something we can't do for ourselves. We want to keep at least one game that's just me and Jonathan are making, Beaton says. Maybe a side project that we have creative control over. It's just an idea, though. We never felt like we wanted more people. Things are way more complicated when there's more than two people. Really good interview. Really good interview. And now we're getting into the run lead up to release. Jasper Byrne drops a Hotline Miami 2 EP on January 2nd of 2015 in anticipation for the game. So for the first time, you can hear some Hotline Miami 2 tracks months early. Really exciting. We also have an interview that I will read here, not with Jasper Byrne. This one is with an artist by the name of Magic Sword. Listen to Magic Sword's contribution to the soundtrack. The shooter sequel will boast another astonishing score, and synthwave act Magic Sword has provided us with an exclusive taster. That's not this song, by the way. We'll play this song. It's down here. Visceral indie shooter Hotline Miami was one of the most notorious releases of 2012, a relentless top-down viewed blast 'em up, following a masked hitman on a series of hallucinogenic assassination missions. But the title was just as well known for its astounding soundtrack, a collection of raw, glitch-fueled electronica drawn from a range of underground EDM artists. The sequel, due this spring, is set to continue the trend. Soundtrack contributions from the like of Moon, El Huervo, and Perturbator have already been confirmed, as has one track from the synthwave outfit Magic Sword, In the Face of Evil. The group will, however, be providing another track from its forthcoming album Volume 1, and they've sent it to us for a listen. The Way Home is typical Magic Sword, a moody, fantasy-tinged electronic epic, drawing inspiration from classic 80s synth movie scores. It's definitely very prime Hotline Miami material. One of the creators, Jonathan Soderstrom, reached out to us after a friend of his introduced him to our music, said one half of the anonymous duo. We really liked the original Hotline Miami, so we were excited to get involved with the sequel. Hotline Miami has a lot in common with 80s movies like Thief and Blade Runner. Movies like that and their synth-heavy soundtracks have always been a big inspiration for us. Thief's soundtrack is so good. In December, Hotline Miami publisher Devolver announced a special edition of the sequel, complete with a 3-disc vinyl soundtrack of the album. All right, you ready? Go ahead and read the IGN preview here, because we're about to get to the bad news. Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number. It's a hyper-skill-based 2D shooter that's exciting, tense, and rewarding, but it's the tone and story that really defines it for me. In its first 3 levels, there's a strong narrative hook that's all about the kinds of killers we love to watch in films and play in games. It's gross, uncomfortable, twisted, and fun. It's also, by far, the most violent video game I have ever played. If any of this sounds familiar, it's because Wrong Number isn't remotely trying to separate itself from the first. This is more of the same in all of the right ways. I'm interested in people saying that, because everything I hear about it sounds like it's trying to be more Hotline Miami while at the same time, like, shifting the perspective entirely. It's like one of those seeing eye images where you see two different things. Like, do you see the vase or do you see the two people kissing? And then forcing you to see it the other way. This feels so much more like the mechanics are the same, but the actual gameplay of it is really intending to see addition through subtraction, by making you take things in different ways. Which I think is really interesting. I've been reading a lot of this stuff, it doesn't sound to me like Hotline Miami 2 is Hotline Miami 1 again. At all. I don't think that this has anything super exciting. The dirty cop in the homicide mission is simplest with a shotgun in his trunk. Mark the Bear, one of the 5 selectable characters in Down Under, rocks akimbo machine guns. If you play as pal Tony, obviously the tiger, you'll go through the same mission not using weapons at all. He punches people's faces off, and punches people's faces off only. My favorite new character is the Gooseman, who rolls in with a chainsaw in one hand and a gunman at its side, and you control both of them at the same time using different mouse clicks to use each weapon. I thought that was supposed to be Swan. And I read an interview about it because of like the idea that once a swan finds its mate, they're together for life. I played 3 Hotline Miami 2 levels, and I've replayed them all multiple times. I adore listening to the phenomenal electronic music, chaining kills for huge combos, and walking back through the entire level in an eerie, almost complete silence. So yeah, dark, weird, gross, and entertaining. It's Hotline Miami. Cool. This song is good. And now it's time for the heavy hitter, because we're nearing the end. We're nearing the release. We're midway through January. The game will be out in a month and a half. As Morgan mentioned earlier, Hotline Miami 2 banned in Australia over explicit rape scene. The violent shooter has been denied classification owing to its inclusion of a violent sexual assault. The violent shoot-'em-up game Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number has in effect been banned in Australia. We'll do it later. After the country's classification board refused to award an age rating. A report filed by the board and seen by gaming news site Kotaku highlights a particular scene in which the lead protagonist appears to punch and then sexually assault a female character. According to the classification report, the victim is pinned down during the sequence and is depicted struggling. It is not clear how much of the scene is interactive. Now, we know the context of this scene. On the Australian Classification Board website, the title features a refused classification icon generic explanation. The computer game is classified RC in accordance to the National Classification Code, Computer Games Table 1, as a computer game that depicts, expresses, or otherwise deals with matters of sex, drug misuse or addiction, crime, cruelty, violence, or revolting or abhorrent phenomena in such a way that they offend against the standards of morality, decency, and propriety generally accepted by reasonable adults to the extent that they should not be classified. Is this kind of content banned from movies as well, or just video games? I don't know. I'm not Australian, and I thank God every day for that. Hotline Miami 2, which follows a hitman carrying out assassination missions for various gangland bosses, has already been the subject of games industry controversy. A similar sexual assault scene was depicted in an early demo, exhibiting at gaming events in 2013. In that version, however, the sequence cut before the assault began, and it became clear that the scene was depicting a pornographic movie production. From my understanding, this is what brought the game refusing classification. There is no other depiction of sexual assault. It is the developers, Denatun Games, saying, if we wanted to be hacky and exploitative, this is what a Hotline Miami 2 would do to push the envelope even further, right? And so what they're doing is they're setting it up as a film set where the events of Hotline Miami 1 are being recontextualized by a hacky film director who is filming a Hollywood version of Hotline Miami 1's events, and in that shows a moment of sexual assault before going cut, you know, take it back from the top. Basically their way of saying we are not going to be this cheap. I don't know who Koji Wakamatsu is, so I can't confirm or deny it. But what it is it's intentionally them saying there are so many films, and there's a talk that Dennis Whedon does that is, he directly references Kick-Ass and The Hills Have Eyes 2 and Rob Zombie's Halloween. and he says, these movies, when it comes time for a sequel or comic book in the form of Kick-Ass, how do they ramp up what they've already ramped up so far? Oh, yeah, let's just bring in sexual assault into a film or a comic that's already so grounded in physical, like, violence assault. And they didn't want to do that for Hotline Miami 2. So they opened the game up basically kind of doing like a gotcha in a way, where they show a thing for a second and then go, you didn't actually think we were going to do that. We've got more class than that. And here is the real Hotline Miami 2. Obviously, it didn't work out for him. It was a bold move. Maybe it was a little too like smirky inside. I don't know, self-aware, whatever. But it obviously didn't work. Let's pretend we don't see it coming when the game starts. Right. I mean, it's been there from, if we go all the way back, right? If I go all the way back on this timeline to the GameSpot interview from June 20th, 2013, right? They show it in here, and they don't even blink an eye, dude.
Their own demo, we show 2 of them.
GameSpot's just like, yeah, baby. Hotline Miami's back.
Big Butcher that we showed in the first trailer with him. And his story is about this film crew doing their own version of what happened in Hotline Miami 1, but they turn it into this 90s slasher movie like Friday the 13th, and Pig Butcher is the the main character in that one. So the trailer that is for Hotline Miami 1 is actually the trailer for the movie. That's why we state based on true events, because it is within the universe. And the second group you will be
That's it. For the record, that's the beginning and the end of it. And it's been there from the start. It's when I played this, I had no context. I was just like, oh, hey, Hotline Miami got a sequel. Yeah. And still, to this day, banned in Australia. In fact, Sony just like last year or 2 years ago had it up on the PlayStation 5 store without realizing that a decade ago it was banned from sale. And then they pulled it completely unceremoniously and didn't say a word. They just tried to sweep it under the rug like, oops, it wasn't supposed to be here. It wasn't supposed to be allowed in your region. See ya. And I don't know if they had to like force refunds to Australian customers or what, but yeah. The statement reads, and this is a statement from Devolver. We're concerned and disappointed that a board of professionals tasked with evaluating and judging games fairly and honestly would stretch the facts to such a degree and issue a report that describes specific thrusting actions that are simply not present in the sequence in question and incorrectly portrays what was presented for them to review. They will not challenge the ruling, but they stand by the developer and their creative vision. So to this day, can't play it in Australia. Can't play it in Australia. And then we got this. You ready? Unfortunately, we're unable to reply to the 22,109 voicemails left on 786-519-3708. Do you think that's still up? I don't think it is. I think we tried this last time. Didn't we try this last time? I think we tried this. I'm not going to try and call it. I have a YouTube video that does it. Okay. Hang on.
We are 50 blessings. Together we march into the future. You have reached a wrong number.
We are 50 blessings. Together we march into the future. You have reached the wrong number. They did this for the first game too, if you remember. They did a voicemail message for the first game. I do think it's very funny that on the other end, they did receive 22,000 voicemails and 187 text messages. And then Here's my idea. My idea for the start of each part of the stream, okay? Going forward. So we're starting tomorrow. You did call this number when it came out? Hell yeah, Behemoth. Nice. Nice. This is a pretty exciting thing. This comes from February 18th, 2015. CosmoCover.com. Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number digital comic series sets the stage for different playable factions. Denetton Games and Devolver Digital have announced a partnership with Italian art collective Day Job Studio for a 5-issue digital comic series based on the Hotline Miami series. The first and second issues are available now via a free custom comic reader app on the Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number Steam page. The digital comic series delves into the backstory of the events of the first game and some of the new playable characters and factions in Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number. Each comic is viewable in the application on Steam, and readers can flip through the digital pages as they select tracks from the game's soundtrack play in the background. The remaining 3 issues will be updated to the application leading up to the release of Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number. So, that's February 18th. March 10th, 2015. We got it. The game finally released. A good 3 years and change after its initial release. Just under 3 years after it was... Or just under 2 years. Hang on. November of 2012 to March of 2015. So a little over 2 years from when it was... It is launch day tomorrow, actually. Are you excited? I'm excited. 2013, 14, 15. That would be 3 years. So yeah, a little over 2 years from when it was officially announced from Soderstrom's tweet saying, listening to the sweet tunes of preliminary Hotline Miami 2 that we put together over the weekend, and just under 2 years from when it was first shown in its original teaser trailer. Hotline Miami 2, with the picture that we know and love. There it is. We know this picture well. They were right. They put it right in the press kit assets. I went ahead and I downloaded these too. So I have all of this as well. I have all of the Hotline Miami stuff here. And there's some pretty cool stuff. There are a couple of these press kits that I got. One of the things that I think is really cool, they don't show anywhere. I don't think this came up anywhere. This is a piece of studio artwork of Denetton. So there's Dennis and there's Jonathan. And I don't think they used this for anything. I mean, maybe they'll use it when we play the game at some point. I have this fact sheet from very, very, very early on of the announcement of the game. This is a brutal conclusion to the gruesome saga. Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number follows the escalating level of violence through multiple factions born from the events of the original game and driven by uncertain motivations. Step into the murderous mind of several distinct characters, each with their own motivations and methods of execution, as storylines intersect and reality slips away into a haze of neon and carnage. Blistering combat, an unmistakable visual style, and a powerfully intense soundtrack will once again push you to the limit when questioning your own thirst for blood. Now you can really tell that this is old because this is the old room, dude. We know now. We know. We can see how old it is. I mean, obviously you can see because they have their release pegged for 2013, but that's the old room. That's not the updated room. We know the updated room. What else do I have in here? I have couple more screenshots there. I have the original game's logo. Got a lot of cool stuff in here, actually. I want to make a second logo, a second Caprolog logo of this version of the cover, because both are used interchangeably throughout the game. And I think it would be cool to make one like this too. It would be pretty easy to pull off. And I think it'd look nice. All right. So here's my idea. Hotline Miami 2, Wrong Number, officially releases tomorrow. March 10th, 2015. We're going back. We're going back before we can go forward. There's one last thing I do want to show. And then I figured a fun way to kick this off. I really like this. This is from March 1st, 2014. It's a tweet from Jonathan Soderstrom. Working with D-Punk TW, which is Dennis Veden, is the best thing that ever happened to me. I've made good games, but nothing like this. First time I feel truly proud. Doesn't that just warm your heart? Doesn't seeing that just warm? Because he doesn't talk as much. He wasn't in any of the interviews that we saw. He's not a camera sort of guy. He works on his games. He's soft-spoken. He's chill. He hangs out. And one day I'll make something that makes you feel like this. I'm sure you will. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Hotline Miami 2, over here on Capralog, releases tomorrow. Okay? And I thought it would be fun to kick this thing off with what they showed off at the end, which is
You son of a bitch! Who the hell do you work for?
work for me. This isn't booting. Damn it, Jack. This booted the other day. I tested it out. I did everything. I got it working just fine. What's happening? I blame Jack, man. Why isn't it working? What's happening? I got nothing. Hang on. Hang on. This is a bummer. No, not that. Why is this not going? Ah! Hang on. I had the comics. I have the comic application ready to go, but I keep double clicking the comic application and nothing's happening. And I ran it as administrator twice too. I'm just overloading my own computer with requests. Yeah, hang on. Let me just go back to GOG where I got it from originally. And digital comics. Orders and settings. Games. Digital comics. View downloads. Windows. Okay, so I already do have it here. Hang on. I'm sorry. I cut the music. I did all this stuff. I was so ready to just roll this out. Well, that works. Okay. But now I can't move it over. Hang on. I gotta go here. In about 3 minutes, 100 of those are gonna open. I hope not. Hang on. Go ahead and save this. Go ahead and get rid of this. And open this. And get rid of 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 this. And then go here and here and here and here. There we go. Very roundabout way to do that, but I did it. We know this table. We know this table. We know this table well. Hotline Miami 2, wrong number. 1 of 5. What the End Looks Like. Story by Maurizio Ferrini and Federico Camello. Artistic direction, Dennis Veeden, Jonathan Soderstrom. So this, I don't know if I can zoom in. I don't know if it lets me zoom in. That's kind of crazy that they wouldn't have a zoom feature. So this is what the end looks like. Beautiful. That's really pretty, actually. You ready with that camera? Just a second. Ready to roll in 3, 2. Good evening. This is Abby Shackleton for FBC News, reporting live from outside Ivan Lebedev's mansion. The notorious crime boss has just been assassinated by an unidentified gunman. As you can see, the police are now arresting the killer. We don't know the details yet, but apparently he was carrying an animal mask with him. Let me see if I can... I can do it this way. I will update you as soon as more information becomes available. Hang on, I'll do it. I can do this, actually. Let me do... Copy. Paste. And then let me get this one has the second page. Hang on. We're gonna make this right. You guys know what I'm doing. All right. An animal mask? If that is confirmed, then this could be the latest in a list of countless homicides involving these mysterious masked murderers. Dubbed killer beasts by the local media, in the recent months, an alarming number of brutal crimes has terrorized Miami citizens. Most of the targets were tied to the Russian mob, but there were also several innocent victims. Despite the effort, the police are still clueless about the nature of these episodes, as they haven't managed to capture and interrogate anyone yet. Look at the Cobra mask. That's really cool. Let's see if tonight's events are going to change the course of things. Abby, do you have any news? Oh. I indeed have something, Daniel. It looks like other people died in Lebedev's house during the gunfight. We don't have a number yet, but the paramedics keep bringing out the corpses. Other than that, I've just received the confirmation that the killer had a rubber chicken mask. Now they are taking him to the police station, where he'll be interrogated and identified. This could be exceptional news, Abby. As most viewers surely know, the man with the chicken mask is the most infamous among the killer beasts, and possibly their leader. He is considered responsible for the police station massacre that took place last week, along with many other homicides, including the murder of Wilson Fisker, the famous film producer. On that occasion, he also kidnapped a woman. Hey, look at that. Look at that shot. Who was later found dead in an apartment downtown. Oh, this is really cool. This is awesome. If the arrested man is really him, we may be finally able to get some answers out of this wave of violence. And who knows? Maybe this could be the end of the killer beasts. Bullshit! Yeah, the man's a hero, and they arrested him? And they even seem happy about it. Don't worry, guys, that just means one thing. It's our turn now. To be continued. Alright, so 2 came out on the first day, so let's go into the second one as well. And then we'll get out of here, because I want to make sure we get the tour. This is episode 2, Time to Kick Back. April 27th of 1989. Sweet, sweet America. What the fuck have they done to you? They let these dirty Russians do whatever they want, while honest to God Americans like me are left with a bunch of scrap. Fuck yeah. Don't you think it's time to do something for your country? Luckily, someone's still trying to fix things up. Support 50 Blessings, and you'll receive our monthly bulletin. That's right. Informed citizens can defend themselves, believe it or not. Consecrate your life to a greater cause. Join us and fight against the Russian menace. Believe it or not, I already do it all the time. This is Jake. Okay, so we're introduced to Jake here. Let me go back up here, and then go here, and then turn the page. Hey, Mr. Rogers, is that you? Hey, it's Jake. I'd like to talk. Yeah, Jake from the junkyard. Come on, I've been working for you for the past 5 years. Yeah, that Jake. Listen, I wanted to tell you that Saturday I won't be able to come in to work. Yeah, I know we work a lot on Saturdays, but I'll be really busy and I really can't come. I've got an important appointment. I can't miss it. Yes, it will take me all day. Yes, boss, I do care about my job, but shit, man, I'm telling you, this is important. Listen to me. Oh, listen to me, idiot. I told you I won't be here. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm reading it wrong. I thought it was the phone. Listen to me, idiot. I told you I won't be here on Saturday, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now, if you can just... Motherfucker. Okay, that kind of solves the problem. All right, who do we got? May 2nd, 1989. Okay. God hates communism. Never again, another San Fran. American Pride March. America is for Americans. Russians go home. My American boots love Russian asses. Whoa, okay. We will fight for our country. You can bet your ass we will. There are so many people today. This is the America I love. Damn right, man. There must be thousands of us. Never again, another San Fran. Man, if these people were good Americans as they claim, they'd be watching the Dolphins game right now. Look, guys, these motherfuckers are Russians. Let's go get them! Where are those bastards? Ow, follow me, dude. We're missing all the fun. Let's see if I can make you prettier, asshole. This is crazy. Oh, the Jake rings. This one. Come here, you Russian bitch. Holy. Ugh. Miami Police, I command you all to stop this madness immediately. You want a piece of this too, officer? Are you fucking kidding me, you stupid prick? Okay, assholes, the party's over. Stop now or you'll be arrested. What the fuck? Oh, he slammed his whole head down. Damn. pigs. These cops are traitors. They don't support their people. That's enough. That's a good shot right there. I like this Miami police a lot. Come on, boys. Let's teach them some respect. Fuck off, you pigs. Yeah, back off. You're not gonna beat us all just to save some Russians, are you? Dude, he got fucking slammed. Holy. Days like this, they give me back some hope. They remind me that I'm not alone. That I have a lot of loyal brothers and sisters. Real Americans. Brave and fearless. What the hell? Jake the Snake, dude! Okay. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. So we've got another one of our characters locked in. We've seen the fans. We just got Jake the Snake. We know about the pig butcher. Who else are we gonna find, man? There we go. I have an art submission for this that might be too meta. I'll hear you out. I'll hear you out. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Listen, I'd love any and all art submissions. If it inspired you, if looking at this inspired you, you already did it for Hotline Miami specifically. I did a head-on self-portrait in oil while watching this. Oh, so like this style? Or, oh, I'm curious. Just a pure evocation of what Hotline Miami gave you vibes-wise? This is cool. So we'll be reading the rest of these. This is what? 3 of 5, 4 of 5, and 5 of 5 in the next coming streams. So tomorrow we'll read 3 of 5. And then we'll probably start with the game, and then after dinner break read 3 of 5. And then next stream do 4 of 5 and 5 of 5, so we get the full Hotline Miami 2 Wrong Number comic arc. I think this stuff is super cool. Incredibly cool. Like, what a fun bonus for storytelling.